Good morning, Mr. Selega. Good morning, everybody.
Morning, Mr. Chair.
Sorry. I'm wondering why I have all the 4 files at the same time. So, yes, are you ready?
Yes, Chairperson, we are ready.
We're starting a little late. We'll try and make up for the time.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes, Chairperson. The witness for this morning is Ms. Venete Klein. She is indicated that she's comfortable taking the oath as opposed to the affirmation.
Yes, please administer the oath of affirmation.
Please state your full names for the record.
Venete,
Any objection to taking the prescribed oath?
none at all.
Do you consider the oath to be binding on your conscience?
Yes, I do.
Do you swear that the evidence will give you the truth, the whole truth, and nothing else but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you. Sorry, sir. Mr. Seleka,
Should I explain to the Chairperson?
The arrangements with the files does cause some confusion. So I looked at Ms. Klein's statement in front of me in the file that was put up, and I realized it was very clean. So it couldn't be the one that I had read, because the one I'd read, I'd made some notes on it. So I had to ask them to give me the file that has got the one on which I made notes. So it turns out that that one is in Mr. Tsotsi's bundle. So,
I see.
But it's okay. I just wanted to have the one which has got my notes.
Yes, Chair.
Yeah.
Beg your pardon, Chair.
Okay, you may proceed.
Thank you, Chair. Chairperson, Ms. Klein will be touching mainly on the aspect regarding the suspension of the executives, the exit negotiations with the executives. There is a portion relating to the secondment of Mr. Molefe, the extension of that secondment, the permanent placement of Mr. Molefe, that also features, or rather in which he also features, and hopefully we will touch on that as well.
Oh, that's fine.
Ms. Klein, thank you for assisting the Commission It's a fact-finding inquiry. There are no findings of guilt or not guilt. I will ask you to please address the chairperson when you are answer to the questions. And you have the bundle before you. Let me just confirm. Chairperson, the bundles we are using to place it on record is Eskom Bundle 02, Exhibit.
Yes, Eskom Bundle 02.
Correct,
Yeah,
Chairperson.
that's the bundle we'll be using.
Exhibit
Okay,
U14.
okay.
Ms. Klein, you have that bundle in front of you. It will have an index that indicates what is contained in the file. The first of those documents is your affidavit to this commission. And attached to the affidavit is your statement to the Hawks, wherein you deal, I believe, with the secondment of Mr. Molefe and permanent placement. In the interest of time, Ms. Klein, if you may go to page 2 of the documents in the bundle. So the page numbering I will be referring to are the page numbers in red, the top right-hand corner. You confirmed to the chairperson that you were one of the board members appointed in December 2014. When you confirm,
Yes, Chair, I confirm that.
thank you. And that you were serving on Eskom board for the first time in respect of that appointment.
That is correct, Chair.
I think, Ms. Klein, try and raise your voice, please.
All right. I
Oh,
will do.
yeah, speak closer to the mic.
Okay.
So if you speak softly, Ms. Klein, Mr. Selega speaks very softly, so I'll be the only one speaking aloud in this hall.
I hear you, Chair. I'll try. Is that
Yeah.
better?
Okay.
He's a gentleman. Ms. Klein, the affidavit then deals with the introduction, your profession in paragraph 3, that you are, is it a profession or is it a career? I was a chartered director, CDSA, and have graduated from various international executive programs, including Senior Executive Program at Harvard University and Executive Development Program. Executive Development Program at the New York School in New York. In addition, I hold several international qualifications from MIT, INSEAD, IMD, and WITS.
That is correct,
Is
Chair.
that correct? And you have served as an executive director and non-executive director on various boards until recently, well, various boards including Barclays Group, Ltd, the Reserve Bank and Old Mutual Health. Until recently, you served as chairperson of the Institute of Directors, South Africa.
Correct, Chair.
Is that you have the South African Institute of Chartered Accountants.
Yeah.
Is it the equivalent of such body?
Yes, it is. Chair, we have many directors in South Africa, and the Institute of Directors does all of the training for directors in South Africa. Not everybody is a member, but obviously most directors choose to become members so that they can get some form of qualification and certainly the training in order to serve.
Does it deal with ethical issues relating to directors?
Very definitely. That's one of the biggest things that's focused on as a director.
So you would be au fait on issues relating to ethics and professionalism of directors?
Correct, sir. Correct, Chairperson.
That would be both in the private and the public sector?
That is correct, Chair.
Yes. Yeah, you carry on other aspects of your achievements, which I will not go into. Let's tell the chairperson about how your appointment on the Eskom board came about.
Chairperson, there was an ad run in the paper for various of the department's companies. SAA, I remember, was one, Eskom was one, etc. And I was then asked or nominated. I was asked whether I would serve, and I then agreed that I would serve. And I know my nomination was signed off by Mr. Lionel Arendorf. Yeah.
Who asked you?
Sorry?
Who asked you if you would be?
Lionel Arendorf.
Mr.?
Lionel Arendorf.
Okay.
Who I had known from, he was the head of communications for the first Minister of Women, Children and Disabled.
Yes.
Yes.
He was
I knew
within
him
government.
Sorry?
He was within government.
He was, but I think at the time when he asked me, he was not.
Oh, okay.
He was not in government at that time.
Okay. Did you know whether he had any connections with Eskom or anybody connected with Eskom? Why was he interested in?
No, not to my knowledge. I remember, Chairperson, that I had also seen the ad, you know, and I'd actually, oddly enough, always said in private sector, because that's where I used to work, that I'd never want to serve in government because of what I imagined was the complexities. And it was in a discussion that he just said to me, you know, isn't this something? Because what maybe didn't come out here, I'd actually retired from running the retail bank of ABSA a couple of years prior. So I had a bit of capacity, I had time on my hands, and that's when the discussion came up. And I had seen it and I had no objection at the time. I thought it may be a good idea for me to serve.
Okay.
Chairperson.
Chairperson, the name appears on page 3, paragraph 6 of Mr. Lionel Ricardo Arendorf. Ms. Klein, if there was an advert, does the advert call for people to be nominated or for people to apply?
Chairperson, to the best of my understanding, it calls for people to be nominated. I think it's put out in the public space to see who may be interested. And then I think if you're interested, you've got to go online and get a nomination form. I think that's how it works, if my recollection serves me well.
So did you follow that process? Did
Yes.
you go online
Absolutely.
and completed the nomination form?
Yeah. Yes, Chairperson, sorry.
Now, you were here yesterday because you were scheduled to testify yesterday, but you couldn't.
Correct, Chairperson.
We had Mr. Tsotsi here yesterday. You saw the reference made to the Fundutsi report.
Correct. Yes, Chairperson.
Oh, Chairperson, I got a note that the transcribers are unable to hear Ms. Klein.
Okay. So I've got to speak either louder or sit closer.
Yeah, I think just drop the mic
Oh, okay.
a little.
Well, I'm surprised they can't hear her, but they do hear you. But I think I've come to accept that you have a soft voice and it's difficult. I think for the whole week I've been saying, please raise your voice, but I think that's just how your voice is. It is soft. But obviously they do hear you.
Yeah. It's a sign of change. And I've listened.
Okay, all right. No, that's fine. Let's all try to, well, I guess I don't have to try to be loud enough for everybody to hear.
Correct, Chair.
Okay.
So, Ms. Klein, you saw the reference being made to the Fundutsi
I
report
did, sir.
and how an email address info portal 1 was used to circulate a list of names for people to be appointed on the board and subcommittees in particular. Do you have any knowledge of your name having formed part of that list?
I would have been very surprised. I don't know who Info Portal is, and if you tell me my name was on it, I would be surprised because that was not the process that I understood that the department followed.
What would be your response? You would have been aware that the December 2014 board of Eskom has been referred to as the Gupta board. What would you tell the chairperson?
Very uncomfortable to have my name there. That's all I can say to you, Chairperson. Can I maybe just add on something?
Please do.
In fact, more uncomfortable because I think in Mr. Tsotsi's response to the chair yesterday, I think, Chair, you gave him a little bit of latitude to express how he felt. And Mr. Tsotsi then alluded to some organogram that had appeared in the paper some years ago, connecting everybody to everybody else.
Oh,
You know,
yeah.
to the Gupta, to
Yes.
your question.
Yes, I
So
think it-
specifically, you know, who was connected to the Guptas.
Yeah.
And I think what was uncomfortable for me specifically is that on that organogram, I am connected to the then Minister of, I'm not sure what minister it was, but it was Minister van Rooyen, who I had never met. Don't know him, never met Minister van Rooyen. I think the closest that you want to come in terms of looking at the organogram, I felt a little bit more insulted than anything else, was that somebody who worked as an advisor for Minister van Rooyen at the time was a gentleman by the name of Ian Whitley, who worked for me at the bank a couple of levels down. And here I was being put down as somebody connected to Minister van Rooyen, and he's got an advisor. I was very uncomfortable by. So your question about being put in as a Gupta board member really didn't feel good for me at that time. I'm sorry to bring that in.
Yes, no, that's fine. But are you saying that you are aware of the report or article that Mr. Tsotsi was talking about, where, as you say, there was
Yes.
an organogram? You
Yes.
knew, you had been aware of that.
No, absolutely. And I'm just expressing a discomfort to
Okay,
add on
yes.
to how do I feel about being, I don't know, if it's
Yeah.
called a Gupta, did you say Gupta appointee, sir? I'm not sure.
Gupta
Yes.
board.
Gupta board. Okay. So, sorry, I kind of went both ways with it.
Yes, okay.
So we understand the board was appointed, the board on which you served at Eskom was appointed effective 11 December 2014.
I think that's correct,
I
yes,
think
sir.
you say that.
Yes, yes,
Paragraph
yes.
7 of your affidavit.
Correct.
And you then go through an induction, which you deal with it on page 6, paragraph 23 of your affidavit, the board induction meeting held on 16 January 2015. You see that?
Yes, sir.
That's in January 2015.
Yes.
Now tell the chairperson, you would have heard the evidence about the first board meeting scheduled for the 26th of February 2015, and that board meeting didn't take place. What reasons, were you aware of that before that?
I was aware that it wasn't taking place, and I think I even put into evidence my discomfort at the time. But Chair, if I may can I just step back from there?
Yeah.
Chair, I keep on hearing that this was the first board meeting. In fact, I heard yesterday too that there was the first board meeting in March the 11th. And I've heard quite a lot about, we didn't know the executives and how could we make decisions, etc. Chair, that is not true. The first meeting was in January. And we had the board induction, which was another 2 days. And these things can be verified. In fact, you asked, and Chair, I was supposed to speak yesterday, so I suppose it was good I was here to listen to Mr. Tsotsi's evidence. Mr. Tsotsi shared with me on the 16th of January at the first board meeting which subcommittees we were going to be on. I remember you asking the question, so when were we? I found out on the 16th of January at the first board meeting. Then we had the induction chairperson.
So I thought the 16th was for the induction.
No.
That was the first board meeting.
Yeah, we need to just go and check those dates again. Because
yes, okay.
I actually stepped away from your chairperson and I went to go and look at it yesterday. There was a full board meeting on the 16th of January, which is where Mr. Tsotsi shared with me about my, you asked questions about when people were made aware.
Yes.
Mr. Tsotsi told me at that particular meeting that I'm going to be chairperson of social and social and ethics. But I guess the point I want to make, Chair, is that to say that the very first meeting that this board had with management on the 11th of March is not correct. Because in the meeting of the 16th of January, I was told I was going to chair social and ethics. I was also told that I was going to be serving on people and governance, as well as investment and finance committee. Now, in that time, from the 16th of January until the 11th of March, chairperson, we can check the dates. Obviously, it's not in my statement because at the time I wasn't, I was responding to what questions were asked yesterday. We had at least 2 of each of those meetings. 2 meetings of people and governance, 2 meetings of IFC, investment and finance, and 2 meetings of, what was the third one I said? IFC, people and governance, and sustainability. And I know that for a fact because on the 18th of February was my son's birthday, and I'll never forget, I chaired that meeting. And it just, it just was such a long meeting. So the reason I raised this, chairperson, it's not true to say we had our first meeting on the 11th.
Yes, yes.
I just wanted to.
No, it's important. You should clear that. Certainly put your your perspective and your understanding of what position is. So you say that the first board meeting was on the 16th
on the 16th of January, correct?
And then the induction would have been when?
Yes.
The following day, or?
I think if I get the dates correct, it was, I think we were 16th and it was either 14th and 15th or 2 days later.
Okay.
But it was thereabouts. We can just confirm those dates.
But it was consecutive days?
It was consecutive days.
Yes, okay.
But this was a full board meeting, Chair.
Yes, yes. Now, at the board meeting, at the first board meeting, do you have a recollection of what types of issues were discussed, or was it just a meeting for everybody to get to know one another and so on?
I actually think that I referred to it in my in my affidavit. Let me, if you don't mind,
You
Chairperson, I
can
just want to
look
have a look.
if there's something that can help refresh your memory.
I don't see it here, Chairperson, but I know that given your questioning yesterday, I specifically went to go and look at when exactly was I told that I was going to be Chairperson of sustainability.
Yes.
And that's when I saw it was, and in that board meeting, Chairperson, the CEO, Sidisa Matona, gave the board an overview of, there was a chairperson's report I remember seeing there, and then there was the CEO's report. But I don't have all the details on it right now.
At the first board meeting?
At the first board meeting.
Okay, all right.
Which was as well as on the second one, which was
Yes.
on the 11th of March. But the point I was trying to make is that the meetings in between,
Yes.
it's not true to say that this board never interacted with executives. 'Cause
Yes.
there were a number of them.
So you have the first board meeting,
Yes.
you have induction,
Induction.
and then one of the points you are making is that between, or rather after the induction,
Yes.
between that date and the 9th of March, the 11th of March, there were certain meetings of committees where committees, at least the ones you served
Yes.
on, where they began to do some work and also interacted with the executives or not?
Absolutely, Chairperson.
Yes.
Because remember, the executives responsible and the CEO in most cases
Yes.
would have attended those meetings.
Yes.
Yes.
And you were a member of what, 2 committees?
No, Chairperson, 3. I was the Chairperson of Social and Ethics.
Yes.
I was on the People and Governance, and then I also was on the, and I'm having an over 60s moment now.
Is it the investment and finance?
Yes, IFC. Sorry,
Oh,
Chairperson,
okay.
that was the third one. Yeah. But we had a number of meetings in between.
Do you have a recollection of about how many committee meetings you may have attended between the induction and the meeting of the 9th or 11th of March, roughly, in different committees?
In the committees, including the induction and the
No,
board meetings?
excluding induction and the board.
I would, Chairperson, sorry to cut in, but I think there was at least 2 of each.
Okay.
We need
Which
to
would
confirm.
then make it about 6, at least 6.
At least 6.
Yes.
Besides induction
Yeah.
and 2 board meetings there.
Okay,
Yes.
all right.
Yes, Chairperson.
Mr.
So-
Seleka.
Sorry, Chairperson,
Yes.
I wanted to answer Mr. Seleka's question about the meeting of the 26th of February. That was the question, Chairperson?
Yes, yeah.
Yes. There was a meeting scheduled, and the night before the meeting, we got given a notice, I'm not even sure, I think it came on mail, to say that this meeting has been cancelled. And I had a big problem with that, Chairperson, because I remember writing to the Chairperson and saying to the Chairperson, how is it even possible that we can cancel a meeting at such short notice, number one? Also, I referred the Chairperson to Section 52 or Rule 52 of the PFMA, where we needed to get the corporate plan signed off within 30 days of a certain period. And we were going to be in breach of the PFMA if we did not have that meeting. If I remember correctly, there was another board member, I'm not sure, but I think it may have been Mr. Pamensky, who also asked questions around governance. So I had a particular problem with that. I must also say, Chairperson, I didn't get a response to my email.
That's so.
Yes, that is so, and I know, Chairperson, we've agreed that I will keep my responses short, but I think it's important to point out to you that you know, in listening to recordings, obviously, remember, these are 5 years ago.
Yeah.
And some of us don't remember as well as others. So I've
Yes.
had to go back to listen to recordings. In the meeting of the 11th of March, before the minister arrived, the chairperson took extreme umbrage with board members directly interacting with executives. And at that stage, Chairperson, I then asked the chairperson he could give me an opportunity to just address it from a governance perspective. And I said, Chairperson, I understand that you would prefer for board members to work through you only. The problem that I have is, given the complexity of the business, given we were on a burning platform, and I'm sure we'll talk about that more, was that I had written to the chairperson on numerous occasions about big matters, including the 26th, and I had received no response. And I actually put it to the chairperson. I said, Chairperson, I don't think it's fair for you to ask us not to engage with executives if you yourself are not responding to critical matters that the board would need, that I would need an answer on. And the chairperson's response, and in fairness to him, you know, he just said, look, people understand, I get more than 200 emails a day, so I apologize. And between him and the company secretary, they were going to try and do better, but I found it very difficult that there were huge matters being raised in the media and all over, and even issues coming out of subcommittee meetings that I needed input from the chair on, and I was not getting any response. So I'm sorry to have digressed, Chairperson.
No, that's fine. It's important that you, from your side, be able to articulate what you believe is important to give me a complete picture of what the situation was. So, so that's fine.
Thank you, Chair. I hope I've answered the question on the 26th.
The 26th of February.
Which was the question, I think.
Yeah, but now, I didn't get your answer clearly to the chairperson's question, because, let me start with this. The affidavit in the paragraph we've referred to says the board induction meeting was held on 16 January 2015 and was arranged by the company secretary.
Yes, Chair.
You then have the agenda items specified.
Yes.
From there, you go to paragraph 24. Well, let me carry on with paragraph 23, where you conclude by saying, I recall having left this meeting, which is the induction, feeling rather concerned, both by the enormity of the challenges which had correctly been highlighted by the minister. That says the minister was present in that meeting, at the induction. You see where I am? On page 7.
Yes. Can I just reread quickly so that I'm clear, Chair? I recall having left this meeting feeling rather concerned about, I'm sorry.
I will read it on record for you. Is it?
No. I've got it.
Oh.
I've got it.
What paragraph are you both on?
Page 7, Chairperson.
I am
The
at
top
7.
paragraph. The very top.
What paragraph on page 7?
The very top. It
okay.
It starts from the previous page.
Oh, okay. Now I see. I recall. Okay.
Yes. I recall having left this meeting feeling rather concerned, both by the enormity of the challenges which had correctly been highlighted by the minister, and by the fact that Eskom did not appear to have concrete strategies in place to address these concerns. The next paragraph is about a meeting having been called by Mr. Pukujo to take place on 26 February 2015, but was later cancelled and did not take place. Now that would have been a board meeting. Is that correct?
Correct, Chair.
What we don't see in your affidavit is reference to any board meeting prior to 26 of February 2015, apart from the induction meeting.
Chairperson, to answer the question, remember I sat here yesterday and I heard various things, and that obviously made me go back and look at my notes. So if it is that part of this was incorrect based on dates, then I want to acknowledge that it was incorrect. What I would like to ask Chairperson though is, can I have a copy of that particular board meeting? We should have it on file because, do we have a copy of that board meeting of the
You mean the
16th of
minutes?
January?
You mean the minutes?
Sorry, I mean the minutes, Chairperson. Because what I'm wanting to look at, Chairperson, is I don't believe the minister was at that induction. I think what I'm referring to there is a meeting with the minister previously where she had highlighted all of our problems in the organization. But I just want to be clear that we are talking about the same thing. Because at the time of writing this affidavit, that is my understanding. But sitting here yesterday, I went back and it looks like we had 2 additional days of induction, not just this one. So what I would like is, if we do have it on record, is the minutes of the meeting of the 16th of January, please.
Well,
Is
I
that
don't know
possible?
if it was an induction. I don't know if there would be minutes. Because remember, what Mr. Selega is saying, you have said you went back after hearing Mr.
Yes.
Tsotzi's evidence to check, and you said the first board meeting was on the 16th
Correct.
of January. But he's pointing out that in your statement, that is reflected as having
As an
been
induction.
induction. So I think what could be done is, well, I don't know if, Mr. Selega, you know whether you have got any minutes for the 16th of January or not. Because if you do, then they can be given. But if you don't, Ms. Klein might need to, we might have to go on with the evidence. But
Yes, Chair.
during the breaks or in lunch break, tea break, if she's able to talk to somebody or to try and obtain information that could help her remember exactly what the position is,
Yes.
that would be fine. And later on, we can come back to the point.
Yes.
Yeah,
Thank you,
if
Chairperson.
she needs more time than
Yeah.
today, she could come back later on. She could put up a supplementary affidavit to say, I've since had the opportunity to look at ABCD, and I wish to correct my statement in the following way, or wish to supplement it in the following way. This is the position, and if necessary, she can come back and deal with that on another day.
Yes, Chair.
Yeah.
That will be in order, Chair.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair. If I may just add, I would like to do that, as you
Yes.
said, Chair, because I went to go and read it last night. There is definitely a set of minutes
Yes, okay.
for it. Thank you.
Okay.
In fact, we may even get it for you at the tea break.
Okay. Okay.
Yes. Thank you, Ms. Klein.
Of
So-
course, Ms. Klein, it's something that will be interesting to see how it gets resolved as to whether there was a board meeting on the 16th as opposed to the induction, because as things stand, it looks like both you and Mr. Tsotsi say the same thing with regard to when the induction was. And in terms of the statements, none of you says there was a board meeting on the 16th. But of course, as you say, after you had this evidence, you went and checked, and you think there was.
Yes.
So we will see how it's sorted out.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay.
Chair, might I add, the two top executives say the same as well as Mr. Tsotsi,
Yes, yes.
that the 26th of February was the first board meeting scheduled
Yes.
for 2015.
Yes, yes, yes. Okay, all right.
So, Ms. Klein, you said when the meeting of the 26th of February 2015 was cancelled, you raised an objection.
That is correct, Chair.
And your objection, was it to have the meeting take place? Specifically?
Chair, I was more concerned at the time, looking through my paperwork, of the fact that we were going to be missing a deadline because that board meeting was also going to be looking at the approval of the corporate plan. And in terms of Section 52 of the PFMA, you only have 30 days in which to get your corporate plan in, and I was concerned that we would miss. That was the one thing. But I think on a personal level, from a governance perspective, you don't send a mail to people the night before the time and say the meeting is cancelled. I had a problem with that.
Yeah.
Actually, depending on what time the meeting was going to be on the 26th, if somebody was to travel from another province, they might have already arrived in Gauteng to spend the night so that they are on time for the meeting the following day. And then they get a message saying the meeting is cancelled.
Correct, Chair.
Yeah.
Ms. Klein, sorry, I just want to go back to something.
Of course, I guess the part of the problem with the cancellation is you were not given any reasons.
Not at that time. There were
At that
reasons.
time.
Yeah, at that time, there were no reasons given. We heard about reasons afterwards.
Yes, but were you ever given reasons? You say not at that time.
Not at that time. Afterwards, we were told that the minister cancelled it. And I mean, sitting here listening to Mr. Tsotsi, I heard that the president cancelled it. All I knew was, it couldn't be right from a governance perspective for a cancellation to take place to a scheduled board meeting where the company was in crisis. And, how do you cancel this? And then we also had the corporate plan that needed signing off.
Yes, but my question is whether you were given reasons at any stage why the meeting of the 26th February was cancelled, because Mr. Tsotsi said he asked the acting DG who called what the reasons were, and the acting DG said the minister didn't give me any reasons.
Yeah.
So when he was giving evidence, I was concerned that here is a board meeting, somebody outside of the board, whether it's the president or minister, seem to want it cancelled. They are not scheduled to appear to attend this meeting. It's not their meeting. What are the reasons? And then it gets cancelled even though he didn't know the reasons.
Yes.
That was part of my concern. So when you say you were not given reasons at that time, I'm interested to find out whether you were given reasons later as to why it was cancelled.
Yes, Chair. We were told that the minister cancelled it.
Yes, but that's not a reason. That's just who cancelled.
No, that I accept. I accept that. But when you are told by your chairperson that was the only reason I can give you,
Yes.
and it was after the fact, after raising the objection.
Yes. So what I'm saying is that explains the origin of the idea of cancelling the meeting. that it came from the minister or the
Yes.
president, but it doesn't explain why it was necessary to cancel the meeting. That you were never told at any stage, even after the meeting, to say, here are the reasons why that meeting had to be cancelled. You were never told that.
No, Chairperson, we were never told.
Yes. Okay.
Thank you, Chair. Ms. Klein, you made a statement to the Parliamentary Portfolio Committee, submitted a written statement. Recall that?
Correct, Chair, yes, I do.
A copy of that statement is contained in that bundle on page 347.
Mr. Slega, is there room for that mic to come closer to you?
Yes. Oh,
Yeah, okay.
it's when I...
I'm struggling more and more to hear you.
Sorry, Chair.
Yes, Chair, I've got that.
You got that on
Yes.
page 347. It's Ms. Venete Klein's statement to the Parliamentary Portfolio Committee.
What's
No.
the page number?
Page 347, Chair.
Okay.
Yes. Ms. Klein, that statement is dated 19 October 2017, which appears on page 395.
Yes, Chair?
Page 395.
Correct.
Thank you. Now, on paragraph 6 of that statement, which you find on page 349, you see that paragraph deals with what you refer to as the first board meeting following my appointment took place
Yes.
on 16 January
Correct.
2015.
Correct, Chair.
And you deal with the agenda items included amongst others, a war room update, selective demand, curtailment, financial status update, consideration of board committee handover, and so on. You see that?
Yes, I do.
And then you have that paragraph, that sentence again. I recall having left this meeting feeling rather concerned both by the enormity of the challenges which had correctly been highlighted by the minister and by the fact that Eskom did not appear to have concrete strategies in place to address these concerns, which is a replica of, or which is replicated
Yes, correct, Chair.
in your affidavit to this commission.
Yes.
Now, if you go back to your affidavit, go back to the end of it, which is page...
I'm just sorry. Ms. Klein, in this statement that you made, you first speak of a meeting you had with the minister on the 12th of December 2014, and you say that meeting was attended by a number of new board members as well as 2 members of the previous board, Ms. Mabute and Mr. Zotzi. And then you indicate the important points which you noted which came out of that meeting. And then you refer to the first board meeting being on the 16th of January, which is consistent with what you just said. earlier on. And then you talk about a report you received on the 29th January on plant performance. And I see you talk about what happened on the 29th January. Mr. Selega, I just note that Mr. Tsotsi didn't deal with some of these things which appear to be important. Now, I'm saying that simply in this context that Ms. Klein made the point earlier that prior to the 11th of March, prior to the meeting of the 11th of March, there was quite some activity that had been going on, by which I think she meant to say some of us as board members or members of various committees had had quite some engagement with the work, with our work and with some of the executives. So one would have thought that Mr. Tsotsi would have also told us about some of these things, particularly when I raised the question of how the new board members would have known what was happening at Eskom. And also, I think I said to him, as chairperson, I would take it that he would know if members of the board, had been, were in a position, had been doing any work, So I'm just surprised that he didn't mention these things. But we can deal with it. I think the part of what I'm talking about seems to address the point that Ms. Klein was making, namely, between the induction and the 11th of March, there was a lot of activity that some of the board members were involved in terms of the work. And I see that she refers to some reports that they received on plant performance and so on, which may mean that they had begun to do quite some work, at least in terms of familiarizing themselves with what was going on at Eskom.
Yes, Chair, may I put...
You might have a better picture.
Yeah, let me ask Ms. Klein, because, Ms. Klein, we have an affidavit by Dr. Ngubane. Because of this issue, then I will have to refer you to that affidavit, which is in a separate bundle. Dr. Ngubane let me read his affidavit so that
or should we take the tea adjournment now, because it's 11:15, and then when we come back, you can read it to Ms. Klein?
I have it here, Chair, if I may.
Okay,
just,
all right. Okay.
Just dispose of that quickly. Would you please provide Ms. Klein with Dr. Ngubane's affidavit? because none of the persons who have given us the affidavit, Mr. Tsotsi, the executives, including Dr. Ngubane, allude to, well, let me say specifically Dr. Ngubane as a new member, similarly in your position, alludes to the engagement with the executives that you're referring to. The affidavit, I believe, is being placed before you. It may be contained also in fact, in your file. Chairperson, for your purposes, that's page 593. But that will be in bundle, Eskom bundle 03.
Chairperson, do you want me to go to that one as well? Or
Yeah, they can assist you.
It's- this one.
Go ahead, even if I haven't got it, I
Even
might
if
be
you don't
able
have,
to.
yeah.
I've got it.
Yeah,
Thank you,
okay.
Chair.
So that's page 8 in the bundle that you have before you, Ms. Klein.
8, is it right?
Page 8, yes.
Are we talking about 8 or 51, Chairperson?
8 at the top of the page. Read.
I've got 593.
Oh, are you-
Have you told you about the red numbers and black numbers?
No, she might be having, which volume does she have? It might be. This one I have.
Okay, let's take the tea break.
Take it.
When we come, you'll get time to attend to it, and then we can look at it after the tea break.
Thank you, Chair.
We'll take the tea break and resume at 25 to 12.
Thank you, Chair.
We adjourn.
Thank you.
Yes,
The information has never been sent to the board.
yes. And
It's-
your
sorry,
comment to the chairperson?
Chairperson, yes? You want me to?
Yes.
to respond?
Comment on that, yes.
Yeah,
to
no,
the-
absolutely. The board had a big problem, or let me speak for myself, that there was a war room established by the president at the time. The war room is running on the one side. You've got a new board who's now got all the challenges as I've outlined in my affidavit and in Parliament. We have got a chairperson coming and telling us that there's certain things that must happen, and you've got the minister on the other side. And I talk for myself, chairperson, we never get anything that is congruent. So what Mr. Baloyi is saying, we're never getting, to read it again. Secondly, the issue of, let me just read it correctly. I can see what is combined in that report. And then secondly, I said that the issues from the war room, the information has never been sent to the board. The context of that, Chairperson, the context of that is, there isn't a formal report coming to the board of what is happening in the war room. But what is coming is various pieces. The war room is saying, and as an example, one of the things that was discussed, which is why I am so adamant that there were board meetings before. One of the things that was discussed was that we were going to be able to do some severance packages and allowing people to leave. The war room, in one of their minutes, so we see this in a minute now, says the board cannot do that. And as a board member, I'm sitting here thinking, I have a fiduciary responsibility. We are making decisions based on what we believe to be right. The war room is giving us one version. Mr. Baloyi is correct. It's not in a formal report, but you're forever hearing you can and you can't from those who've been there. That's the context. Now, I want to go beyond that, Chair, if you'll allow me. The report that he's referring to here is a report that Mr. Tsotsi told us when we were pushing back and forth about the suspensions. Mr. Tsotsi said a lot of work has already been done. And there is a thick report so Mr. Tsotsi was saying to us, guys, a lot of work has been done on this. Don't slow us down here. And I can, for the record, tell you, Chairperson, I actually supported Mr. Tsotsi at the time because if a lot of work had been done by way of investigations, Mr. Tsotsi is coming and recommending to us this is the way to move forward. I'm a business person. In fact, I'm not sure how much of this recording we're going to play, but I can tell you if you replay to the end of it, you will hear me as a banker saying that the CFO had told us earlier in this particular meeting, one of the challenges that we faced was that we were running short, we were seriously cash constrained. There was a going concern problem that we were facing. And I want to understand what does that mean. So she said, typically you would have a buffer of 4 billion rand for Eskom. So I said, what did that mean? And she then says it meant we had cover for the costs of Eskom for the running for 4 months. So at the end of this recording, if you are still going to go there, I'm not sure, Chair, but assuming we do, you will hear me say, if I take what the CFO has told us, that we should have a buffer of 4 billion. At this stage, we only have 4.9 billion, which means we haven't even got enough money in the bank to carry us for 1 month. And then I went a step further to the board. I said, board members understand, running this operation costs us 30 million rands a day. We cannot be sitting here where the chairperson has given us input and has asked us. The chairperson guided us with the suspensions, and we will go through that. You've asked me, I will go through that. And I'm saying, I support the chairperson. We can't sit here toing and froing about something where it's costing this amount of money, and it's money we don't have. So, in a long way, the report that Mr. Baloyi is referring to is a report that the chairperson said had been done, And I supported the chairperson. If all this work has been done, and you're saying that this is a way forward, I support your chairperson. And I quantify it in terms of numbers.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Klein. You see what Mr. Baloyi was saying there. I see you are trying to qualify what he said, but he plainly said the information from the war room has never been shared with us. And that's really, but you've given your comment.
I think
that.
what Ms.
I'll move
Klein
on.
is saying, and you must just tell me if I misunderstood what you are saying, Ms. Klein. I think what part of what she was saying is, yes, it is true that certain information was not being given to the board, particularly relating to the war room, as I understand the position, or a request for information from the war room on an official basis. But it could be that board members become aware unofficially of information. That's what I thought you were saying. Is that correct? Is that not correct?
Chairperson, that's exactly correct. Remember, just
Yes.
prior to this meeting, if you go and listen to the recording, the minister comes out and tells us what's come out of the war room, which the minister also did in the meeting the first time she met us.
Yeah, yeah.
Because
so information might, the board or different board members might be aware of certain information, but it's not official or it's not formal. That's what you are saying.
Chairperson, that's exactly what I'm saying. And
Yeah.
further along, you'll even find where board members are even asking, is it not possible that one or two of us even become part of the war room so we can somehow align what the president has put together in the form of a war room, which has been led by our current president, President Ramaphosa was leading that war room, but none of the board members were there, and the minister was coming to give us information about how things are going wrong. My understanding of listening to the recording here is that what he's saying is, we, the board, are getting bits and pieces of what's coming out of the war room, and it doesn't help us as a board to make proper decisions as we would understand it to be proper, if you will.
Okay.
Yes. Thank you, Chair. So just to take further, the Chair is trying to understand what you're saying, Ms. Klein. Would what you refer to in your statement as a meeting with the minister in, I think you say, 12 December 2014, and you give a list of the items there, which includes the war room, which has been run by the Deputy President of the Republic, would that not have been a formal information to you as opposed to hearing informally about issues pertaining to the war room?
Chairperson, we are talking about two different time streams here. We're talking about the minister telling us on the, I think it's 14th, Chairperson, 14th of December, or 12th of December.
12 December 2014.
Right? And then you're talking about the 11th of March, which is a couple of months later, where the minister again talks about the war room. I think what the board was grappling with in that time is bits and pieces coming at us, but no formal representation of what is happening in the war room. We're constantly hearing about the problems as identified by the war room. And I cannot talk for Mr. Baloyi. I can talk for myself. And at the time sitting there, I must tell you, I'm sitting there, typically in the board, you'd be given information, And based on the information, you'd make decisions, Chairperson. That's in a typical boardroom. Here you're sitting in a boardroom, you consider all the documents in front of you, you make decisions, and then you get told, but the war room says that you can't do it. So that's on the one hand. Then you've got a chairperson, and I'm sure we'll get to it. The evidence leader, I'm sure, will take us there. A chairperson who comes at us as a board and says, in a meeting with the president, and then we've got to call the minister, and somehow in between all of this, as a board member, you've got to try and make sense. So the point from Mr. Baloyi is, I personally had never seen a formal war room report, but we were given extensive input in terms of what came out of it. And the question by the board, is it not possible that one of us can sit on the committee, was discussed more than once because of the divergent pieces of input with which this board was trying to make sense and trying to move forward in the best interest of a very complex situation.
Yes. I wouldn't want to belabor it, but you can see he says it has never come to us and not to him personally. So he seems to refer to the corporate as opposed to the individual. Anyway, but your point, according to you, there would have been interactions prior to the meeting of, is it 11 March or is it 9 March?
Chairperson, there were two interactions. The one interaction was on the 9th of March, and the second interaction was on the 11th of March.
Yes. No, I'm talking prior to those meetings of 11 March, prior to the meeting of 11 March or the 9th of March. Your interaction with, as you say, the executives it would have taken place before those dates.
Correct, Chair.
Yes. Now, let's see how you then respond to this aspect, again arising from the minutes of the 9th of March 2015. Chairperson is Eskom Bundle 02. The minutes of the 9th of March are found on page 62. Chairperson. And then I'll refer to the relevant page where I wish to read. I think it's page 64. Are you there, Ms. Klein?
Page 62, Chair?
Yes, is the minutes of the 9th of March.
Yes, sir.
2015 meeting. Then please go to page 64. Just for you to comment on this through the chairperson. Paragraph from the top, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It starts with the words, another member. Another member stated that the board should meet with the Minister of Public Enterprises to understand what her expectations were from this inquiry. It was agreed further that clarity was required as to whether the board would continue with its normal duties while the inquiry was underway, As to date, no reason had been given as to why the board meeting of 26 February 2015 had been cancelled by the Minister of PE. Clarity was also required in respect of the board's obligation to the war room. Then, the next paragraph, it was reported that the Audit and Risk Committee had emphasized that the board needed to review the sitting process of the war room, as there was no alliance or alignment between the board and the war room. Members wanted to ascertain the shareholders' view around this issue because at present the board has still not held a board meeting and would need to understand the scope of work and how the committee would function. A concern was raised that the committee could usurp the board's powers. Your comment on those two paragraphs, you can see two issues arise there. One is that the board hasn't held a meeting, but the other seems to be uncertainty about the war room. Your comment to the
Yes,
chairperson?
As I said, you know, I cannot, first of all, I wasn't at the meeting of the night. Let's start with that. My comment around it being the first meeting of the board, like I said, the 16th, in fact, Chairperson, what I did get in the, in the break was the full minutes of the board meeting of the 16th of January.
Oh, you got those?
I got the minutes. Now, whether or not that is what then is referred to as the induction.
Yes.
I think is probably where the, what do we call it, the, maybe the confusion is coming from.
Yes.
Because I've got two packs at my home, 14th and 15th.
Okay.
And 16th. So it's possible, I mean, like I said, I just cannot remember that far back.
Yeah.
But I don't have a minute for the 14th and the 15th. I do have a minute for the 16th, and I also have an in-committee minute for later on that evening.
Yeah.
In-committee, where we get told who sits on which committees, etc., etc.
Okay.
So I hope that that clarifies maybe my own misunderstanding of whether it was an induction then or... That's to do with the dates. Is that your first question, Chairperson?
Yes, I
Yeah.
think what will be important is to look at the content
I agree.
of the discussions, because an induction meeting and an ordinary meeting should be different.
Yeah. Yes, no, correct. That's important, Ms. Klein, because when I was also doing the comparison between your statement at the Parliamentary Portfolio Committee, there where you use the word meeting, the first board meeting, which is in 2017, you wrote that statement, but your affidavit here was in March 2020, that is changed to induction meeting, as opposed to first meeting of the board.
I see that, Chairperson, and I'm happy to say that I could have made a mistake as well. I'm happy to concede that the dates were, so, and I think I was guided by going through all my documents after I met with the team from the Commission. Having gone back and having looked at all my documents, I saw 14, 15, and no minutes. So then when I said, well, but okay, then it's an induction. But listening to Mr. Tsotsi yesterday made me go and read it again. And then I thought, but hold on, how do you at an induction take board resolutions? So I think it's something that maybe the Commission wants to explore a bit further.
Yes, I think it ought to be possible to look at the content, just talk to those who attended,
Yes.
and see what was an induction meeting, maybe if you want to call it that, and what was an ordinary board meeting, or well, maybe I shouldn't say ordinary because of the different categories, but basically a board meeting. So the content of the discussion should indicate. Okay.
Ms. Klein, I think that will then resolve.
Yes.
We could move on.
Yes, Chairperson.
You then have That meeting of the 26th, which is cancelled, we understand then there was a meeting called for the 9th of March. You say you didn't attend that meeting.
No, Chairperson, I could not. We got that on the evening of the 8th, and I unfortunately had an engagement for the next day. But I once again questioned the governance around how we did things. You know, we can't just call meetings at the 11th hour. I mean, I think my biggest concern always around the financial the financial status of Eskom, the running cost of Eskom was around 30 million a day. And I wasn't convinced that if you get a resolution on the 8th and say you must be there the 9th, that everybody's going to be there. So that was
But
my
also, if there was a scheduled meeting for the 11th, you wonder why it was necessary to have the meeting on the 9th, because even though the meeting of the 11th may have been there for certain items, if the board thought that there was something that was not on the agenda for the 11th, but that was quite urgent, they could, change the agenda to include that.
That is correct, Chairperson. I speak under correction now, but I'm not sure that there was a meeting scheduled for the 11th.
Well, I'm going according to Mr. Tsotsi's evidence. His evidence was that after the cancellation of the meeting of the 26th of February, a meeting was scheduled for the 11th. And my understanding of his evidence, or I may have misunderstood him, my understanding was that by the 9th there was a meeting scheduled for the 11th, but I may have misunderstood him.
Yes.
And maybe it was only arranged for, it was only fixed on the 9th after the meeting. But my impression was that it had been scheduled earlier.
Okay.
Yeah, but that might not be correct.
Chairperson, that may very well be so.
Yes.
I can't confirm. But
Yeah.
I just wonder if it's okay with you. I thought Mr. Seleka had asked a second question around this point about the war room. Was there a second point, or did we cover that?
No, I think it will be clarified
Okay.
by what the chairperson has proposed. Could be the way forward.
All right.
Yeah. Just wait. Ms. Klein, I want to show you your email in regard to the meeting of the 9th. Because I hear you say to the chairperson that, again, you raise concerns about issues of governance. Chairperson, that email is contained in the bundle we used yesterday for Mr. Tsotsi. I think the witness will be, it's an email on page 1092, Eskom bundle 07 bracket B.
Eskom bundle 02?
07
07.
bracket B.
Okay.
Bracket B, page 1092. Chairperson could use my bundle.
Registrar, please take the one that Mr. Seleka is offering.
Yes.
Thank you.
Ms. Klein, you recognize that email?
Yes, I do, Chairperson.
So that's your email sent on Sunday, 8 March 2015 at 22:49. It's sent to Zola Tsotsi and Malisela Pokubie, subject urgent meeting 9/3. Dear Chairperson, please accept my apologies for tomorrow's meeting as I will be out of town in the morning. Should you, however, not be quorate, I am back in Johannesburg at 1800 and would be available for a meeting in the evening given the significance of this gathering. Having read the proposed discussion and resolution being sought, I would like to be included in the working committee to deal with the issues as articulated in your document. The reason for this is, as chair a statutory body subcommittee, I feel that I will add value in helping the process. Kind regards. Maybe you could comment because I don't see your concern regarding governance issues.
I think you are right, Chair. It is not there. I think I had sufficiently raised it at other times where I thought that I'd raised it here as well.
Just to put context to this so that the chairperson would follow, this is a meeting that was called, as we heard yesterday and the day before, by notice sent Sunday evening. That is, according to Mr. Tsotsi, after he had a meeting in Durban at the President's residence. So he sends a meeting with a memorandum attached and a resolution attached. And I think that's what you are referring to,
Yes.
the proposed discussion and the resolution. So you expressed your interest to serve on the committee, the subcommittee that, according to the resolution, was going to be set up. Is that correct?
Obviously, after a meeting and deliberation that was not going to take place at a particular meeting.
Yes. No, all I'm saying is you expressed interest here to serve on that.
Absolutely. And do you want me to respond to that? Why would I have done that? Or not necessarily? Chair?
The chairperson will allow.
Okay. I looked at this and I looked at the gravity of what was being proposed. And at the time I felt that, there were two people, if I remember the committee that was being proposed, and you can help me. It was Mr. Tsotsi himself. It was Zetembe Kosa as the chairperson of People and Governance. It was Twaita, who was I'm not sure what she was, chairperson, I think, of Audit and Risk at the time.
Yes.
And I think it was Audit and Risk. And I just felt if there was going to be any significant pieces of work done, that social and ethics, which I was chair of at the time, needed to be a part of. The granular detail of the inquiry was obviously not understood at that stage, and that was going to be unpacked, my understanding, at the meeting of the 9th. So if there was going to be a committee, I just felt that it would be significant to be part of it, to understand what it was, particularly given some of the resolutions it sought when I looked at it. That was what that was about.
Thank you. Let's take.
This or must
I can
you
have
keep
it back, Chairperson.
Okay.
Thank you, Chairperson. But then, Ms. Klein, okay, that you were not able to attend the meeting of the 9th. The next was the meeting of the 11th of March. Let's ask you this, and you could tell the chairperson whether you were aware or not at the time, prior to the meeting of the 11th of March, that Mr. Tsotsi had had a meeting with President Jacob Zuma and Ms. Dudu Myeni at the President's residence in Durban.
Prior to the meeting of the 9th, or prior to the meeting of the 11th? Sir?
Prior to the meeting of, let's start with the meeting of the 9th.
Yes. I would not have had any knowledge of that. I wasn't close to either the chairperson at the time, who was Mr. Zola Tsotsi. I was not a confidant of his. I've never met Ms. Myeni, and I've met the president, but that was in my role as deputy, not deputy, as a board member of the Reserve Bank. I'd never met the president. So the answer would be no. I would not have been aware.
Would you have been aware of the meeting between Mr. Tsotsi, the president, and Ms. Dudumyeni before the meeting of 11 March 2015?
Yes. Yes, Chairperson, because...
You had done the...
Sorry, Chairperson.
Or you didn't attend the meeting of the 9th, so
No,
you might not have had.
Exactly. I was not at the meeting of the 9th, but obviously, you know, lots of things were discussed and deliberated, and obviously people gave me feedback, and that's when I became aware of what had been discussed at that meeting.
I see. Yes, because I've seen in your affidavit you say you didn't attend and you relied solely on the minutes of that meeting.
I have to agree that that would be a chip, but if you think about it, I mean, people were getting very excited about the meeting of the 9th, and people were phoning each other. If you ask me now who said what, I probably wouldn't know. So I could only rely on what was being written. But I mean, I'm not going to go as far as saying to you that nobody phoned me and nobody spoke to me. I mean, people were becoming very excited about what they'd heard here at the meeting.
So you would have become aware, or rather, let me ask you, how would you have then become aware that there was a meeting between Mr. Tsotsi, the president, and Ms. Dudumyeni?
If memory serves me well, Chairperson, that is what Mr. Tsotsi had shared at the meeting of the 9th. And that's where, after that meeting, I would have become aware of how exactly the resolution itself found its way into the Eskom board.
Prior to the 11th of March, prior to the meeting of the 11th of March, did you receive minutes of the meeting of the 9th?
Chairperson, I'm not sure.
You're not sure?
I really...
Yes.
I'm not sure.
But what you do say is that after that meeting, you became aware of at least some of the matters that were discussed through talking to some or other members of
Correct.
the board.
Correct.
Because people were phoning one another to talk about that meeting.
Correct.
Okay.
I mean, I'll go as far as saying my understanding was that at the meeting, people were uncomfortable with certain things. And this is why they've asked that the minister come and represent them. In fact, if I think of my own words at the time, and this is just me saying what I felt, what I can remember feeling, is why would the president have a meeting with anybody regarding Eskom? It was just, these were thoughts that I had, let alone Ms. Miheni, because, I mean, she wasn't a part of it. And in my own mind, and I think I may even have said it, because remember in Parliament, Chairperson, you've got your affidavit, and then you've got being cross-questioned, so you've got the transcript as well. I think somewhere in between, somebody actually asked the question. And I remember thinking or feeling that I want to hear from my shareholder representative, who, as a board member, I report into, what she saw as the issues and what she'd like us to do. I couldn't quite understand why a sitting president would be involved. But those were my thoughts. That's it.
Thank you. Yeah, I think you did say in Parliament that you were surprised why the president was involved. I'm trying to look for, because we have a transcript of your testimony there, they will get the reference page.
Of course.
But then you were able to attend the meeting of the 11th.
Correct, Chairperson.
And the minister arrives at some point to address the board on that occasion. Correct?
That's correct, Chairperson.
So you were present when the minister was there.
That is right, Chairperson.
Could you tell the chairperson what, in your recollection, was the minister's message to the board?
Well, before that, Mrs. Lagarde, don't you want her to talk about the meeting of the board that happened before the minister came? I think so that if there is any difference between what Mr. Tsotsi said, what happened at that meeting, and what she says, we can know where the differences are.
Indeed.
Thereafter, she can talk about
Yes.
the part where the minister came, and thereafter when the board met after the minister.
Yes.
Indeed, chairperson.
Okay. So just talk about the meeting of the board before the minister came on the 11th. What was discussed and so on and so on.
Thank you, Chairperson. One or two of the things I remember specifically was something I addressed with you earlier. We had a set agenda, but I remember Mr. Tsotsi starting the meeting telling the board that he found it rather unacceptable that board members were interacting on a regular basis.
Were interacting
Interacting.
among themselves.
Yeah, so a board member would phone, let's say...
Another board member.
No. A board member would phone an executive.
Or board members interacting with the executives.
Executives.
Okay,
yeah.
all right.
And Mr. Tsotsi was saying, and I think I understood why he was saying it, because, they were just... I'm loath to say this, but I'm going to say what I feel, and then, Chair, you can decide how you want to take this. There were so many stories. Everybody you'd walk into had a different story about a different issue. No board I'd ever sat on made me as tired as Eskom. You yourself raised something yesterday about that there was one meeting we left at 12 o'clock. That was a regular occasion. I mean, my family never saw me. So, in any event, one of the things I remember raising with Mr. Tsotsi, which I said to you earlier, was the whole issue around critical matters being raised by board members. And I actually want to give you an example, if you may. I'm going to step slightly out of it. And I'm not sure, Chairperson, whether you have or dealt with TNA or whether you're still going to deal with TNA. I'm not sure.
We've dealt with TNA.
You have?
Yes.
But if you'll just indulge me, just to...
We've dealt with TNA,
Okay.
but if you have knowledge of some things that you would like to share with the Commission on TNA, you can arrange to give us an affidavit where you can share more. But if in regard to the TNA, you have something that's relevant to what you want to say, you can refer to it.
Yes, Chair. It's something that's relevant to it.
Yeah.
I remember Mr. Tsotsi giving evidence and saying, because the question I think you posed at the time was, why did somebody, what happened when the resolutions went out? I was the board member who refused to sign it. Very simply. I come out of corporate, and if there's any wrongdoing of any kind, you suspend people. And maybe a little bit more ruthlessly than in public sector, but that's how it works. You suspend people, you do the investigation, and then you have a disciplinary and you bring the people back, or you dismiss them. So when I get asked in a resolution to sign something on TNA, I'm the one board member who refused. And I wrote to Mr. Tsotsi. I got no response. That's what I was referring to. That was one example of, you asked what we discussed on that day. It was issues of governance. Me saying, Chair, you don't want me to speak to the executives, but you are my chairperson. These are critical matters we're talking about. I need you to respond. And in that meeting, Mr. Tsotsi, I've got to give him credit for that. He, like I said earlier, he apologized and he made sure with the secretary that they would in future not handle it in a particular way. If board members had critical matters, they needed to be dealt with. That was one issue. Then I know that Mr. Matona went through, he did his CEO report to the board. Now, I've also been, in preparation for today, been listening to evidence being led by other people. And one thing I know that Mr. Matona said was that he had done a turnaround plan. And I remember hearing your concern about how could we not have considered the turnaround plan, or how could we, well, Chairperson, I must tell you, I never saw a turnaround plan. Or maybe, let me qualify it. I'm a banker. If you're in a job for 6 months and you've given me a turnaround plan, I expect you to say to me that we were standing at zero profit. I've given the board a plan which said we were going to get to 60 million in 1 year. We're now in month 6. So month 6, I'm on track. We've got 30 million banked. That for me is a turnaround plan. But what Mr. Matona did say in the particular meeting that you're referring to on the 11th, the minute is clear when Mr. Matona says, I am busy developing a turnaround plan. The turnaround plan had not been developed. If you read the minute, it says, I am busy developing a turnaround plan.
Okay.
That's the first.
Okay.
So we spoke about the
Which
issue of governance.
suggests that it did not exist as yet.
As yet.
Yeah.
And in the minute goes further of the 11th, because I'm going to go and listen to it again in preparation for today. Mr. Matona says, as part of the induction, I have raised issues of the turnaround with the board. So understand, I think it's not that one person is lying and another person is not lying. It's more a case of interpretation and how people saw things. Maybe in government, a turnaround plan is good enough if I give you an update of where I am. The world I came from doesn't work like that. Then the next thing is, at that stage, Mr. Zola, the chairperson, walks out of the meeting and puts me in the chair. Says, Mrs. Klein, would you mind chairing? I then chair it, and Mr. Matona goes through in granular detail, the suspension, not the suspensions, the people had moved around, the liquidity problems that they were having. I've got it listed. And I remember and I don't know that I'm helping myself here, Chairperson. I'm talking maybe more than what evidence leader wanted me to. Maybe you... Okay. Let me be guided by you.
We asked you, or I asked you what was discussed
So this is
at
what
the
was
meeting. So that's what you are telling me.
Okay.
Obviously, you are looking at important things that you can remember.
So one of the things that was very evident, though, is that the board apparently had not engaged on the turnaround plan and did not ask questions on it. Chairperson, that's not true. I that night sat and listened to 10 questions the board asked around. So what I'm saying, if the turnaround plan was the CEO update that we received, there were 10 questions asked on it. So, and that is what happened prior to to the minister's arrival. I was chairing that part of the meeting, Chairperson.
Okay. Then now we come to the meeting when the minister arrived. Yeah, I think that's, then you can tell us about that one.
And I know I'm on national television, so I don't want to give away my age, but I was about to say thank you for reminding me, Chairperson. Chairperson, the minister arrived, and to the best of my recollection, because there was no recording of that. I think we switched off the recording, if I remember correctly.
Prior to the minister arriving, what was your understanding of what the purpose of her visit to the board was?
My understanding was that the minister was going to give clarity on the meeting of the 9th, where based on what I'd heard, and I don't think the minute was out at the time.
About the suspensions and the inquiry. About
the inquiry, which may lead to suspensions because of the problems that the company was facing.
Yes, okay. So she came and what happened?
She came in and she gave us, if memory serves me correctly, and I think I've got it in my affidavit, some of the stuff that I remember.
Yeah, you can have a look if you want to refresh your memory.
Can we just look at that, please,
yes.
Chairperson?
But Mr. Sileka can guide you.
Affidavit.
Yeah, well, I'm referring to what happened when the minister...
that. That's on page, it starts on page 8, paragraph 29.
Yes. And Chairperson, if I may, I think I've dealt with what was discussed at the meeting. Mr. Matona took us and outlined the problems facing Eskom at the time, and I list those.
Yes, and Chair, I see you are going to answer the chairperson, but may I make a comment on this as you go?
Yes.
I hope you don't forget, because I'm concerned that, Ms. Klein, some of the things you mentioned about the CEO are not contained in your affidavit. You mentioned to the chairperson that he said he's developing a plan. So he didn't have a plan. But nowhere in your affidavit do we see that as a concern on your part. What do you say to the chairperson? Because it becomes difficult for us to put that to him so that he can answer if we don't have that version from your side.
Chairperson, and let me apologize to you.
Yeah.
Remember, as I said to you, I sat here yesterday and I was listening to what Mr. Tsotsi was saying in exactly the same form. I mean, sorry, Chair.
Yes, no, I think I understand your situation. You deposed to your affidavit at a certain time, and you dealt with issues that you dealt with. But you are saying that yesterday you listened to Mr. Tsotsi's evidence, and I think you said you also have listened to the recording of the evidence of other witnesses relevant to Eskom, I think. And part of what you are doing is, when you are aware that Mr. Tsotsi or Mr. Matona has said something that you don't agree with, you are now responding to that, which you might not have done in your affidavit. That's what your position is.
That's exactly, Chairperson. You've summarized it correctly, and I apologize to you if it complicates matters.
Yes, but it's fine. It is important. If you are aware that somebody has said something about a certain meeting which is not true or which is not your understanding of what happened, it is right that you should say, I heard so and so said this, but that's not my recollection, or that certainly didn't happen. So it is in order. It's just that Mr. Selega was saying it's not in your affidavit, but I think that this would be your explanation, insofar as you may be responding to something that you became aware of after the affidavit.
Thanks for understanding, Chairperson. Just I take the Commission very seriously, which is why I'm trying to shed as much light, but I do understand it can create.
No, that's fine.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson.
So you were taking us to what the Minister said.
Okay.
That will be in the next page, on the next page.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you. Yes. The Minister, she said she was aware that the board may have been feeling that they've been falling by the wayside because of the war room. And I think there was, like I said, lots of noises, particularly this board is saying, but we're getting all this. So that was the one thing. There was concern regarding the interest rate which Eskom had negotiated and agreed in the market for some monies raised, or some bonds that they had garnered and raised. Okay, the inequality of coal price purchases, with some companies being paid more than others, mismanagement of the load shedding process, the purchasing of diesel on the hoof, which was a big issue for us at the time. The appointment of the board did not bring about any problems, and the process ran smoothly. I must say, I extracted this, Chairperson, from the minutes. So then there must have been minutes. I'm just thinking now, I said there wasn't a recording, but there definitely was minutes. I've actually almost just lifted and dropped what was there. And that ARC may procure the services of an independent, credible forensic investigator to undertake the inquiry proposed by Mr. Tsotsi and not someone who had previous dealings with Eskom.
So, sorry, where were you reading that one?
Sorry, I'm reading still on page 9.
Well, 31G.
I'm not sure what you called it,
No,
Chairperson.
the paragraph 31.
Oh, sorry, yes, that's correct.
You say the ARC may procure the services of an independent, credible forensic investigator to undertake the inquiry proposed by Mr. Tsotsi and not someone who had previous dealings with Eskom or whose independence may be in doubt. So all this is what the minister said.
My best recollection between what I said and what I've seen in minutes, and I've seen in maybe notes, because I'm taking notes of my own.
Yeah. Well, let's look at paragraph 30 to start with. It says the minister also addressed the board that day, once again expressing her concern around the board getting a handle on the business. The minister conceded that he had no right to instruct the board on any matter regarding the conduct of Eskom's business. You see that?
Yes, I do, Chairperson.
It's a startling statement, and I hope you will be able to explain it to the chairperson. Why would that statement have been made by the minister?
Obviously, Chairperson, I'm not the minister, but this is what I'm hearing, and that's what I've recorded. That the minister, my understanding at the time was that she's saying, I can't instruct you what to do. You've been given a challenge, a big challenge. So you need to find the best way in which to resolve this big challenge. Being obviously load shedding at that stage. We were at stage 3, there was only up to stage.
She's saying, I may have views, but
I cannot.
you must make up your own mind.
I think that's what I meant when I worded it in a particular way. I didn't get the impression that she was there to instruct us on anything, but more than ever, remember the meeting, the way I understood it, was based on the meeting of the 9th, where from what my recollection is that board members expressed concern that they're not getting from the shareholder representative as Mr. Tsotsi was outlining it. That was my understanding. So I guess what I mean there is not a guess. Reading it, the minister is not here to instruct us. She's here to give guidance on, and maybe answer questions. That's my understanding.
Well, recall that the meeting of the 9th had one agenda item. And that agenda item entailed the 2 documentation referred to in your email, the proposed resolution and the memorandum. So the meeting with and the board members at the time, as you also confirm, they say to the chairperson, well, why doesn't the shareholder representative come and address us on that? Let her come and address us so that we understand what's going on. Then the meeting of the 9th is scheduled. Isn't that the minister comes to that meeting knowing that I'm going to be engaged on this aspect, the inquiry and the suspension of the executives? Could that be the reason why you're writing there that that's what she said?
Chairperson, that sounds fair.
Yes, so because she will come there informed, as Mr. Tsotsi said, about the purpose why you want to see the minister. But you would have heard yesterday that when we played the audio, that portion which says we must protect our leaders. And Mr. Tsotsi said that was Ms. Mabuda saying that. Don't mention the name of the president in this room. Don't mention the name of the minister in this room. we own this decision. Seems to go contrary to what you write there about the minister.
Chairperson, understand, in answering the question, that I had my views on the things. I had my views. What Ms. Mabude said there is what Ms. Mabude said. I mean, this was not the first time that I sat on a public sector board, but it certainly was the first time I sat on a board the scale of Eskom. So, and I mean, much as I am, I believe, not necessarily a novice to governance, sitting and listening to Ms. Mabude, remember Ms. Mabude had been on the board before. Ms. Mabude was in a second term, as was Mr. Tsotsi. So I would be taking guidance on how things are done on a board the size of Eskom. So yes, I say the minister also addressed the board, once again expressing her concern. The minister conceded that she had no right. So if the question, Chairperson, is my view between what Ms. Mabude said and what the minister is doing, I don't know that I really have an opinion. Remember, I'm new, not as a board member, but new in public sector, and the person making the statement, who was Ms. Mabude yesterday, and when I listened to it, maybe previously they had had interactions where they've been told, you know, it's a board decision. Don't pull the minister in, don't pull the, I don't know, I can't talk to that. But typically, my view, the shareholder representative is the person who would come and speak to us, which was the right thing there. I hope I'm making myself clear. And I hope I'm not, because, I mean, I listened to Ms. Mabude, and you would even hear, I think your question even was, so why did nobody say anything? The real question is, having not served on a government board this size, maybe this is how it has been done. This is Ms. Mabude has not come here yesterday. She's been here before. So I'm not sure where she's coming from. Maybe there's been challenges around that particular point before. I don't know.
Yeah, well, Ms. Klein, what we are, the proposition, if it is a proposition even, but look at it this way, we are outside the meeting, third parties, we are not in the meeting. The board members are there in the meeting. They have just met with the minister, and after the minister, they're talking about the suspension of the executives. And Mr. Tsotsi has said, this was an instruction from the president. The president wants this to be done. And the minister was also here. You heard on the audio that the minister had given guidance. And I asked Mr. Tsotsi what was the guidance. He said it was proceed with the inquiry, proceed with the suspension. In that context, with the group in the boardroom, one of the members says, we should not, he's warning all of you, we should not mention the name of the president. We should not mention the name of the minister. We must protect our leaders. It is in that context I'm saying this statement doesn't seem to be a correct reflection of what the minister might have said to the board. In fact, if you listen to Mr. Tsotsi and read his affidavit, he says exactly the opposite of what you're saying. That the minister did say, we must initiate the inquiry. You seem to touch on that in paragraph 31.g, but he goes on to further say, the minister did say, we must suspend the executive and edit the financial director. So there's a discrepancy there.
I hear that, Chair, but please understand from my side, Mr. Tsotsi went out to meet the minister. I'm not sure if these things were discussed outside of the meeting or not. I can only talk to what I remember and what I saw in minutes or what I remember seeing. I mean, when I said the minister conceded that she had no right to instruct the board, that's what I believe that I heard.
Yes, I think what Mr. Seleka is doing is to give you an opportunity to reflect on what you have said happened at the meeting, or what you have said the minister said. Reflect on it in the light of what he's telling you about what Mr. Tsotsi said, for example. And see whether you say, no, what Mr. Tsotsi says, insofar as it is inconsistent with what I'm saying here, is not true, or whether you are saying, well, I believe that this is what was said, but I'm not going to say definitely what Mr. Tsotsi says was said did not happen, but on my recollection, this was said. So it's just to see where the differences are between your version of what happened and Mr. Tsotsi's version, and be able to say, here are the things that I remember quite well. This did happen.
Yes.
This, I think, did happen, but I'm not sure. That did not happen. That's the kind of,
Yes.
that's the opportunity, that's what he wants you to do, to say, how much of this can we take as definite in terms of your recollection?
Chairperson, this is how I recall it.
Yes, yeah.
I heard Mr. Tsotsi yesterday, and I'm not sure that what Mr. Tsotsi spoke about yesterday definitely was not discussed in my
Yes,
presence.
okay.
That much I can say.
Yes,
Whether it was or actually didn't happen, that I
Yes.
cannot say. But this is my recollection.
yes,
But then
okay.
I don't think I've answered, Chair, on the point of Ms. Madbure saying that we have got to protect our leaders. She did say that, and I've given you my answer to how I saw it at the time. Remember, I've never come into any board and said, because I'm new, I'm not going to take a position. Because if you listen to all those tapes, my voice is heard. I had many ideas, because I normally am quite vocal. But I cannot, I still believe that the minister said she's not here to instruct us. Whether there was another discussion where that was direct, or whether there's a recording which you can say to me, but hold on, here we've got it, the minister said it. So I don't
Yeah. Okay.
recollect that.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair. But you can't say, well, just to be clear on it, you can't say that Mr. Tsotsi doesn't give a correct version of what the minister said. Because you can't recall exactly what the minister said.
No. I can't recall, but you know what stood out for me yesterday when we were speaking? When I was sitting there listening. The one thing I cannot remember, and this is, I'm not sure that I'm hurting anybody, but this is inquisitorial. You asking me. I don't remember the minister talking about the finance director. That part I don't remember, because you'll read in my affidavit, which I'm sure you're going to come to later. My recollection of how we got to the fore is very different to Mr. Tsotsi saying that the minister added that name.
Yes. No, that will be important. So Mr. Seleka will know whether he will invite you to tell us now your recollection or later. But we ought to hear what your own recollection of how the financial director got added to the list.
Yes, thank you, Chair. So about the three were mentioned.
Are you talking about in the ministers' meeting?
Yeah, because you say you don't recall the minister mentioning the FD, the financial director.
Chair, remember the question, if I understood it correctly, was that is it correct that the minister spoke about the three and added the finance director? And I'm saying to you, my recollection was that the minister said she would support whatever the board decided was necessary to do. That's how I remember it. Okay? My recollection of who and why is not at all as Mr. Tsotsi is putting. That's not my recollection.
So what is your recollection of how it came about that the financial director's name was added?
Can I maybe talk to the suspensions and then show you where, for me, I maybe am struggling with my own recollection?
Oh, okay. Or maybe we leave that you are going to deal with various matters. When you come to that point of suspension, then you can
Yes, Chairperson.
deal with that. So
I will do.
Mr. Selega can just guide you on
Thank you.
the aspects you need to deal with.
Thank you, Chairperson. Ms. Klein, I also want to refer you to Dr. Ngubane's affidavit.
Is that here, Chair?
No, yes, it is in your bundle.
Oh, in my bundle.
Yes, it's in your bundle. I did refer to you earlier. Bundle, Eskom Bundle 03.
Okay, I got it.
Thank you. Chairperson, that's on page 601. Page 601. There too,
That can't be 02.
601.
Yeah, I mean the bundle. I thought you said the bundle is Eskom bundle 02.
03.
03.
03,
Okay.
Chairperson. You have it, Ms. Klein?
I don't have 03 here. He's going to give me 03. No, I'm sure they've got it here.
Page 601.
Okay. Yes.
Paragraph 4.16, Ms. Klein. So Mr. Ngubane, Dr. Ngubane also deals with the meeting of the 11th of March. He writes, the meeting adjourned to allow the minister to address the board on these matters. The minister came to address the board on 11 March 2015. Minutes of this meeting are next. Can you turn the page to 602? Although the minister did not direct the board to suspend the 4 executives, she raised concerns of her own against them. The concerns related to the war room, which she suggested, complained it was not receiving consistent information from management, and therefore it could not develop strategies to turn around Eskom and stop load shedding. The minister felt that the presence of the 4 executives might hinder the investigation. Do you recall that being said by the minister?
I remember the discussion around the war room.
Okay, I'll give you a chance, but specifically about the minister felt that the presence of the 4 executives might hinder the investigation.
I must say, Chairperson, I cannot recall that. I cannot recall that specifically being said.
We have also recently received the affidavit from the company secretary, which is not yet part of the bundles. Chair, we have copies, I believe.
Yeah,
Only one copy we have.
that's fine, but you can
Make
read
reference
the relevant part or point out the points she makes or he makes to her for her to comment.
Correct, Chair. Thank you.
Comment on.
I'll hand you a copy because the company secretary was also in that meeting with the minister. In the meeting with the minister, the following matters were discussed: the bargaining device. Point 1, point 2, the minister stated that she had no right to instruct the board on what to do, and that the meeting was.
Go closer to the mic. Yeah.
Sorry, Chair.
And tell us what paragraph so that those who might wish to look at the relevant paragraph later know which paragraph.
Paragraph 13 of this affidavit.
Okay.
She mentioned that she is aware that after the establishment of the war room, the board had sought or fallen by the wayside. The minister stated that the last war room meeting had demonstrated that even information which comes from Eskom was not reliable. And it goes on to the next page, paragraph 13.5. He writes, the minister said, in order not to compromise the investigation, the executives who were involved must step aside for the duration of the investigation. And a report by the forensic investigators may be given in 3 months' time, even if it was an interim report. So that's the affidavit of Mr. Malisela Pukubye. He says 2 things you can hear. The minister said he will not instruct the board, but the minister again also says, in order not to compromise the investigation, the executives who were involved must step aside for the duration of the investigation. Any recollection on or comment on your part in regard to that?
Chairperson, like I said to you, I remember the minister saying she cannot instruct us. I do not remember her saying, I remember her talking about the 4 executives, but the detail around it, I cannot remember after 5 years, unless I'll go and listen to the recordings. But if that's, look, Malisela was the secretary. I don't think he would get it wrong. And he's saying it, and it looks like Dr. Ben said it. So then I'd got to concede that that was then being said. It's not covered in mine because I didn't remember it like that. But then I've got to accept that that would be the right version, sir.
We do not have the recording of that meeting.
Chairperson, even if you don't have the recording, the fact that I do not remember this, and this is the best of my recollection, but I doubt that Malisela would have gotten it wrong. He was the company secretary, and Dr. Ben clearly maybe made better notes than me. I don't know. I would concede, Chairperson, that that probably then was it.
Did you support the establishment of the inquiry and the suspension of the executives?
I absolutely supported the inquiry.
The suspension?
I would be lying if I said to you I didn't. I supported it, sorry, Chairperson. I supported it for reasons that I've articulated in my affidavit.
What are the reasons?
I remember that the chairperson gave us reasons why he believed that the suspensions ought to happen. And he gave us reasons for the FD, which is the part, remember the earlier question about the minister and the FD? I couldn't remember that part. I really, and listening to that, I'm not sure if it was 3 or 4, because by now I don't remember it. But I remember the chairperson telling us that there are 4 people that needed to be, that in his view, would be best if they were not there. And the one person, there was something the person had done which was inappropriate, and that was the reason given. The second one was the FD. He actually gave us a reason for the FD by saying she was involved with there was some tender, and apparently she'd gotten involved with it. I don't remember what exactly it was about the Disa Matona, but it was a lot of deliberation. There were 4 things the chairperson gave us for the 4 people. Then there was a whole lot of debate about, but chairperson, how can we just take it on your say-so? You telling us these people have done what you say, but we've got no evidence to prove any wrongdoing. Why would we, based on what you're saying, just suspend people on this? We can't suspend people because you're saying that there was, let's say, tender rigging, or not tender rigging, but you spoke to somebody about procurement. I mean, we don't have sufficient to suspend people based on that. There was a lot of toing and froing. Eventually, the agreement was to suspend people. I'm going to take that back. Not suspend, but to ask them to step aside for the tenure of the investigation, because we were told you had 3 months, which ended at the end of June. This is what the chairperson told us. And his view was that if the people were there, they may slow down the investigation, which by this time we told we had 3 months to do. So if you ask me if I was going to support it, I was going to support it not because of wrongdoing, but because I believed that an inquiry of this nature, which we were told was what it was going to be, was for me the line in the sand, that I would be able to then determine, so what is real and what isn't. War room is saying one thing, executive saying another thing, chairperson is saying another thing. As a board member brought in and charged with turning this organization around, an inquiry would help us to get to what exactly we were dealing with. So I was left with supporting the suspensions on the base that the people would step aside. And there was even I think there was a meeting with the legal person, Neil, to say, what does step aside mean? Can we ask people to step aside so that they don't slow down this inquiry? Because the one thing that was clear, chairperson, is that it had to be done by the end of June. And that was my reason. The reason I supported it was very simply the complexity, the fact that this was falling apart, and we didn't have money, and we needed to get a grip on this.
Well, we are at 1 o'clock, Mr. Slager.
Yes.
Well, you said earlier on, Ms. Klein, that the board found itself in a position where it was not receiving information on a formal or official basis with regard to, among other things, the war room and so on. But the more I think about what the picture that seems to emerge in relation to Eskom at the time, it looks like it was quite a confusing picture, because you have the management of the entity of Eskom. They are supposed to run the day-to-day operations of the company, and the CEO must give strategic direction and all of that to the entity. You have got the board, which is, as I understand it, the highest authority in the entity. You've got the shareholder represented by the minister. And then the president appointed or set up the war room. So the war room was meant to grapple with the challenges of Eskom relating to load shedding. But of course, doing that might mean you look at a lot that was happening at Eskom to answer the question, why can't load shedding be sorted out? What is preventing it from being sorted out? So there would be a question of who must the war room interact with? Must it interact with the board? And the board interacts with the management, the executives? Or must it interact with the executives, bypass the board? What if the war room says one thing and the board says something else? So what are the executives supposed to do? And then while you are looking at that, there is another meeting taking place in Durban where the chairperson of the Eskom board is invited. And it seems that the person who is dominating the discussions in that meeting, or who is leading the discussion, is somebody who has nothing to do with Eskom. Is somebody who is chairperson of another SOE. The minister, who is the shareholder representative, is also not there. So now you have the war room that side, you have got the Durban meeting, you have got the board. It must have been difficult to know who does what, who is driving in which lane. And it must have also been quite tough for the executives, I would imagine. But anyway.
Is it an opportune time?
Yeah?
Is it an opportune time?
Yes, I think it is. Let us take the lunch break. I don't know, Mr. Seleka, I know that you announced yesterday that Dr. Ngubane would start his evidence this afternoon.
Yes, Chair.
I don't know whether we will get to him or not. I'm just saying you might wish to assess the situation depending on how far you think we'll go with Ms. Klein.
Yes, Chair.
But of course, it is important to deal with all important issues properly.
That's right.
So that if we can avoid her having to come back some other time because some issues were not dealt with properly, we can avoid that.
Yeah.
And I don't know what Dr. Ngubane's situation is, but from what you told me, he appreciates that even if he started his evidence this afternoon, he will continue tomorrow.
Indeed, Chair.
But it's fine. It may well be that we'll start with him, even if we do 1 hour or 2 hours.
Yes.
That is something on which we can add tomorrow.
Chair, indeed. I could approach the chairperson, as it were, in chambers, and then arrange with the parties
Yeah.
after the chair and I have considered the way forward.
Yeah, no,
And
that's
then we can
that's
come
fine.
and place it on record.
Yeah, no,
when we resume.
that's fine. Okay, we'll adjourn and we'll resume at 2:05.
Thank you, Chair.
We adjourn. Okay, let's proceed.
Thank you, DCJ. Ms. Klein, are you ready? Are you? Yeah, in your explanation to the DCJ just before the adjournment, there's a couple of things you mentioned that the chairperson, if I recall, mentioned 4 things about the executives. You mentioned some allegations being mentioned about some of the executives. You can't recall whether anything was said about, was it the CEO and Matona and?
Mr. Murakani, there were definitely things,
Yeah.
I just cannot remember what they were.
Yeah. So, and you were also explaining that Mr. Koko, not Mr. Cook, I beg your pardon, Mr. Atsotsi, the chairperson, was proposing the suspension of the 4 executives. And this is after the meeting with the minister. Now, how does the commission deal with this? Because you have the version from at least 2 witnesses who say the minister said the 4 executives should step aside for the duration of the inquiry. Do we still say, as the commission, that that is the proposal of Mr. Tsotsi, or that that was a suggestion put to us by the minister?
Chairperson, just so that I'm clear, because I want to make sure that I get this right. Is the question, was it the minister's suggestion, or is the question, was it Mr. Tosti's? I'm just trying to understand the question. Maybe I'm not clear.
Yeah, you can ask
No, I can
Mr. Selega
repeat.
to clarify what's not clear to you.
Yes, yes. Now I can repeat it for you, yes. Remember now the minister, following the sequence of events, the minister has left. You've had the meeting with the minister, she has left. You say, you have a version of what the minister, you say you recall the minister said. I've read to you the affidavits of the 2 other persons, including Mr. Tsotsi, which will be the 3rd, who's saying this is what the minister said about the executives. Step aside. Let me use the lighter one. Step aside for the duration of the inquiry. So after that, you were explaining to the chairperson. Then you went into an in-committee meeting as the board, and you were saying, as I recall, and you can correct me as well, that Mr. Tsotsi then proposed that the 4 executives should be suspended. So are we attributing that proposal still to him at this stage? Or as the commission, should the chairperson find that it would be more fair to attribute that proposal to the shareholder representative who was there prior to the in-committee meeting?
That's a fair question. My recollection was the motivation came from Mr. Tsotsi. So I must say I'm unsure, Chairperson, now, who to attribute it to. The motivation about the people and what they did and why came from Mr. Tsotsi.
I think what council is asking, if I understand correctly, is that we need to establish whether this was Mr. Tsotsi coming up with this suggestion, or the position was that the minister said the four executives should step aside, or whether each one was just saying their view.
Yeah.
That, in the context of what you say, the minister said at the meeting.
Yeah, Chair, and I want to go back to, the point I hear, and I fully appreciate Mr. Tsotsi's view, and I appreciate whoever else's view. Remember, I'm here to talk about what I know, and it would be wrong for me to comment on anybody else's view.
Yeah, no,
all right?
that's fine.
My recollection was that the minister said we needed to do what we needed to do to get the inquiry done, and she would not prescribe how we did it. Now, I think I've heard Malisela saying that the minister said something about the four, and I think I've heard Chairperson something about Dr. Ben saying it here as well. I don't remember exactly what it was. My recollection was that the minister said she's not going to interfere in what we need to do, but we need to go ahead and do that which we felt was the best to get the job done. Do I recall the minister saying you must tell or suspend 4 or 3, as I think was the question, plus the FD? I do not recall that, Chairperson.
Yes. Is it possible that the minister may have said, I have no right to instruct the board as to what it should do, but that doesn't mean I can't express my view as to what should happen. But if I express my view, it doesn't mean the board is bound by my view. Therefore, if you ask me, so to speak, the four should step aside. But you as the board don't need to go along with my view. I'm just telling you what I think, but you must make up your own mind. Don't later go around saying that I instructed you to suspend the executives. Is it possible that that's what may have emerged?
I think it's more than possible, Chair. In fact, I think if I hear you putting it or articulating it that way, that is, I think, what I meant when I said what I did. In paragraph 30, I said the minister also addressed the board that day, once again expressing her concern around the board getting a handle on the business. The minister conceded she had no right to instruct the board on any matter regarding the conduct of Eskom's business. So it's possible, like you say, that but, and I hear you, and I know how difficult it must be. You've got this 15 views, and you want to come up with one view of it. But in having 3 or 4 views doesn't mean that it changed my recollection. Unless I've got a minute to say this is exactly what the minute said. In which case I'll have to be convinced. But no, my recollection.
The idea is just to see how clear you are.
Yes.
As to what happened or what was said.
Yes.
Because when you have been in a meeting, when somebody afterwards, whether it's one day later, a month later, years later, asks you what was discussed at that meeting, there may be things that you are quite clear about. You say, this I know very well, it was said. And it was said by so and so, and this is what he or she said. Then there may be things where you say, my memory on this is not so clear. I think it was said, but if somebody said, no, it wasn't said, I wouldn't fight about that. And then there would be things where you say, that was never said. If somebody else says it was said, you say, no, I'm very clear, it was never said. So we're trying to establish whereabouts in relation to those issues you might be. Those where you say, here, I'm quite clear. Those where you say, look, I might not be so sure. And those where you say, those were never said. So that's the idea, so that we know.
Chair, without belaboring the point, the one thing I know is, and I think Malisela, and remember earlier I conceded, if anybody had a version which was closest to truth, It would be the company secretary. So if Malisela says that the minister said, I can't remember the exact wording about the four.
Step aside.
Step aside.
Yes.
Then you know what I would be if you
You
asked
would
me.
defer to him.
I would probably default to that because he was the company secretary.
Yes.
He would know.
He had to pay attention to what
He
was
had to
being
pay
said.
attention to it. But if you were to say to me, did I hear the minister say, add the FD? I guess I would struggle with that because that I would have remembered.
Yes, okay.
That specific thing, I'm sure I would have remembered.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, well, I suppose it's neither here nor there whether she said at the FD, because on Mr. Pokubje's affidavit, he says, she said, the four should step aside for the duration of the inquiry. Well, I will refer to the minister's own affidavit in a short while.
Maybe let me ask this question in relation to the financial director. Is your recollection that when the minister was talking about the executives, she was talking about 4 executives or 3 executives?
Chairperson, categorically 4.
She was talking about 4. You are quite clear about that.
Chairperson, let me put it to you. The reason I am so confident about this,
Yeah.
I have never heard
Of 3.
of 3. So
Okay.
there may have been, I know I was listening to recordings last night, there was a lot of deliberation around
Yes,
50.
yes.
But I can't remember ever, my recollection
Yeah.
was that we were given 4 names.
Well, what that would mean, what that would mean is therefore that, at least as far as you know, when she was addressing the meeting, the discussion was about 4 executives. So in other words, if at some stage before that, there had been only 3 executives that were being discussed for suspension, at least when she was addressing the meeting, the 4th name had been introduced already. That's what you say, because Mr. Tsotzi's evidence is that at the Durban meeting, 3 names. It was 3 executives that were whose names were mentioned. Now, Mr. Selega, did Mr. Tsotsi say somebody added the FD's name at the Durban meeting? No.
No.
No, it's not at the Durban meeting.
No.
He said it was the minister.
He does say it was the minister
Yeah,
at the meeting.
yeah, which would be the meeting of the 11th.
Yes. Chair, we could put this to rest by the audio.
Yes.
Yeah, shall we do that?
Yeah, that's
Thank
fine.
you.
Yeah.
Ms. Kleiner, we will play an audio. It corresponds with the transcript on, now I'm using again Mr. Tsotsi's bundle because our pagination of the summary was modeled after his bundle. That's on page 873. Timestamp 11.17. Sorry, you have the page, the relevant
yes,
page.
thank you. Am I still going to be that?
So who the people, so we understand in our head, so you can give us comfort of the lower levels, because one of the people you said is the FD.
Do you recognize
Finance, I
the,
don't know.
sorry, do you recognize
Yes,
the
that
voice?
was Mark Pominsky.
Mr. Mark Pominsky. Please play.
If it is finance. You know, we had maintenance, capital, commercial, and
I think first give us
finances.
the top layer. What's the top layer like?
Okay, let me answer your question, Mark. The divisions that are directly concerned is commercial and technology, which is led by Machela Koko. It is group capital, that is the new build, that is led by Dan Marokan. And technology, led by Koko Machela, is also responsible for maintenance. And obviously, finance is led by Suruferom for the FD. I think we just need to.
I think it's before this one, Chair. Are you on the same page? Does it read the same?
Yes, Chair. I was listening.
Yeah, have a look.
Same page.
You know, make a determination ourselves.
Sorry, can
As
you
to-
make sure you're at the right place?
I've got to challenge myself and say, given what I now know, am I still going to be that?
So who the people, so we understand in our head, so you can give us comfort of the lower levels, because one of the people you said is the FD, because we had finance, I don't know if it is finance. You know, we had maintenance, capital, commercial, and
I think first give us
finances.
the top layer. What's the top layer like?
Okay, let me answer your question, Mark. The divisions that are directly concerned is commercial and technology, which is led by Machela Koko. It is group capital, that is the new build, that is led by Dan Marokan. And technology, led by Koko Machela, is also responsible for maintenance. And obviously, finance is led by Suruferom for the FD. I think we just need to, you know, make a determination ourselves as to the value of the exercise that we want to have achieved and how best that exercise can be achieved. That is really what is at the core of this, and this is what I think Venete is saying. Okay?
So I do agree with you. No, I do agree with you. But I just want you to give me comfort on one area on the financial side. I understand that those guys can put pressure on the people.
Is that still Mr. Mark Paminsky?
It is Mark Paminsky.
Is that still Mr. Mark? Carry on.
Below, can the FD also do the?
No, I don't think so.
No, that's what
I personally don't think so.
So
I think
we need the
the financial issues are quite different.
Yes.
They're quite different because
Do you pick it up from the transcript there, Ms. Klein?
Yes, sir. Yeah, Paminsky.
Are you able to follow what is the conversation there?
I am.
You can just read it from the transcript.
Okay, so which one do you want me to read specifically?
Where
Mr. Paminsky.
That's right.
Yeah. Mr. Paminsky, remember even yesterday, Mr.
Yes, but just read it. I think he's asking whether can the FD put pressure on the people. Is that right?
Yes. And
Yes.
the answer is, no, she's got people working for her.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
And Mr. Tutu goes on to say financial issues are quite different.
Yes.
The point you wanted to settle, Mr. Seleka,
Yes, Chairperson.
I thought it was whether the minister introduced the name of the financial director, isn't it? I thought
No,
this is what you wanted to settle.
we do not have the audio for the minister. What I wanted to settle is what I understood Ms. Klein saying. Mr. Tutsi suggested all four names, all four persons. But
Yes.
when you listen to the recording from here further, he in fact motivates against the suspension of the FD.
Yes. Well, or in terms of,
Which means he would have given the board 3 names as given to him in Durban.
yeah. Yes.
Yes.
Chairperson, may I respond?
What may have happened in terms of the audio, it may be that what he was saying, he was expressing his opposition to the FD being suspended, but that might not mean that the FD's name was not on the table at that stage. It might be that somebody had already suggested it, but he was saying, no, we should not suspend the FD. And then there's the question of who then would have introduced it.
Yes.
But
Yes.
let me leave it to you how you
Yeah.
deal with it. Yeah.
Chairperson,
Chair,
sorry. Do you want-
yes, let me just assist the chairperson. You will have that affidavit, it appears from your affidavit, Ms. Klein, page 10 of your affidavit, paragraph 34. There, Ms. Klein writes, the preceding paragraph is, after the minister left, the board convened in a board in-committee meeting where Mr. Tsotsi again presented his memorandum proposing an inquiry into corporate governance. The paragraph 34, she says, Mr. Tsotsi proposed that those executive committee members who were heading up the divisions where the inquiry would take place step down during such inquiry. He assured the board that he had compiled a report that supported the establishment of an inquiry. So what Ms. Klein, I think she's at this juncture in her explaining to you, Chairperson, that what Mr. Tsotsi then at this stage was saying to the board is that the 4 should step aside.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, I'm told I should look at paragraph 36, but that's what the testimony says.
Okay.
What do you then, well, it comes, the board members do come back to this question, how many are you suspending? And I should find, yes, please go to, in the same transcript, page 882. Yes, please. Timestamp 2626.
Involved here would be the group capital executive, commercial executive, and the chief executive.
No, you are the wrong spot.
Well,
Page 882 in the transcript, timestamp on the audio, 2626.
involved here would be the group capital executive, commercial executive, and the chief executive.
Well,
Just go-
maybe
further on.
Mr.
Is that the
Slipper.
one?
Yeah, that's just further on.
Is it further on?
It just looks like if I'm following here.
If you're following there,
Yeah,
okay.
just further on.
Just read for us, Mr. Klein.
Okay, it says.
The audio people.
Executive and chief executive. While we said the FD, the situation is different.
Yes.
It's not, all right?
Yeah.
When the chairperson intervenes, no, not necessarily.
That's, yeah.
And in the female voice, which I'm not sure who said this now, okay? It's what you said, it says. You said that the financial situation is not based on, do you understand? Not based on, obviously, the problem here, but it's because of the tariffs. But you know, some of the subcommittees that I'm involved in here is just so much an overrun of budgets in millions, in billions.
Can you recall who said that?
I don't remember.
You don't recall who said that?
No.
I wanted to say, maybe we should move on and not spend too much time about who introduced the FD.
And it's apparent here, Mr. It is apparent on this very sports chairperson.
Okay, all right.
Well, we said the FD situation is different. It's not,
Not necessarily different, Chair.
sorry?
That's correct, yeah.
Who's talking?
Chairperson.
That's the chairperson. Can you rewind a little bit, please?
Specific executives who are directly involved here would be the group capital executive, commercial executive, and the chief executive.
The FD.
That's Mr. Tsotsi.
Yes. So he's mentioning 3. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Is that, you follow it
Yeah,
on
yeah,
the
yeah,
transcript? Yes.
Well, we said the FD situation is different. It's not,
Not necessarily different, Chair.
sorry?
Not necessarily different.
No, not necessarily.
So 2 male voices.
That is Mr. Zetembe Kosa.
Yes.
We said not necessarily.
Not necessarily different.
Yeah.
And I think there's another voice also saying not necessarily different.
That was Zetembe Kosa.
Okay. So, Chair, if you follow, they are saying, Mr. Tsotsi is saying, we said the FD situation is different.
Yeah.
They're saying not necessarily different.
I'm ahead of you. I've moved away from this point. I think let's move on.
Let's move on, Chair.
We'll sort out some other time.
Chair, please indulge me for
Yeah,
one minute.
you
Can I just say something?
Yeah. What do you want to say?
Chair, obviously having been here yesterday and listening to Mr. Tsotsi's evidence,
Yes,
I went away last night and I went to go and listen to it.
yes.
Please look this side. I can't hear you when you look
Oh,
at that
I'm
side.
is that better?
Yeah.
Right.
You said you went away yesterday.
I went away and I went to go and listen to this clip because I needed to also make sense of myself. You know, what exactly I couldn't follow.
So do you have these audios?
Yes,
These recordings?
yeah, that one I have. But I can tell
What
you.
did you?
We
Did it
didn't have-
resolve this issue for you?
Let me tell you what was.
Yes.
Let me tell you what was very, very missing in this. This starts, if it's the same one, and if you may have a different version, and maybe in the interest of time, Chairperson, I may want to agree with you that we can move along. But the recording I've got starts with Mr. Tsotsi talking, Ms. Varoshni Naidu agreeing with him, and me saying, guys, we've got to take a hard call. There's a big portion of that meeting that is not on these clips.
Please provide us.
No.
What you have.
It's not going to help you. I want to check with you if what you've got is the same as what I've got, because what I'm suggesting is there's a big portion of that conversation that is not on the clip,
Yeah.
which is why I come.
So it may be that there is some behind-the-scenes homework that must happen to compare.
Chair, I'm sorry, I have to agree with you on
Yeah,
that.
to compare, and then when that has, when the picture is clear, then if need be, you can come back.
With
and just-
pleasure, Chair.
Yeah. Okay, all right. Let's do
I'm
that.
sorry to do that, but
Okay.
No, that's all right, Ms. Klein. Let's help us get that information.
absolutely right.
Because it was very difficult for the investigators to obtain
I can
this.
imagine.
So then the board, if we move on, the board, regardless of who proposed who should be suspended, the decision is of the board.
Yes.
Ultimately, the board makes the decision that the executive should be suspended,
Correct.
correct? And you have articulated your reasons why you supported their suspension, correct? Now, the reasons that you have articulated for supporting their suspensions, were they advanced to the executives? In other words, were the executive told, these are the reasons why we are suspending you? I think you, well, let me give you a chance.
Remember, I had reasons, personal reasons.
Yeah.
Being part of a board does not mean that my personal view stands. It's the collective that then kicks in. The collective had agreed that the reasons that we're going to be dealing with it in the way that we did, by accepting that they step aside and not suspend them on the basis of what was, and that is the piece of the tape that's missing. Because there were reasons advanced to us as a board as to why these four should be suspended.
Were those reasons not simply what Mr. Tsotsi said here, and you must have heard him, because he said there was a concern that if these executives continued to be at work, that might hinder the investigation, that might mean that some employees might not feel free to say what they might wish to say to the investigators. He said the suspensions were not based on any accusation or allegation that the executives had done wrong. That's what he said. Are you in agreement with that part of his version?
Inasmuch as that is what the board had agreed after deliberating.
Yes.
And the board had deliberated on the fact that we were requested to charge people.
Yes.
And the board said we cannot charge people.
So what you are saying is, or are you saying, Mr. Tsotsi, when he talked about the need to suspend the executives, the reasons he gave related to allegations of misconduct?
There were other reasons given why these four people had to be suspended. The board deliberated long and hard, Chairperson, which is
Yes.
why I'm saying part of that clip is not there.
It's not complete.
That clip
Yeah.
suggests
Yes.
that we are going to, we're fighting for the FD, and I know that because Mark definitely did that. Mark was concerned about the
Yes.
con. But the reasons given, and like I said in my affidavit, I remember specifically, one person was improper with another person and therefore he must be suspended. The FD was involved with not tampering, but had engaged with a tender procurement, which that was.
Yes.
So we were given four reasons. I just cannot remember the rest.
Yes, but basically what you are saying is when Mr. Tsotsi proposed that the executives be suspended. Whether at that stage he was talking about 4 executives or 3, he gave, the reasons he gave in regard to the executives related to alleged misconduct.
Correct, sir.
It was because the board was not happy to rely on that, on alleged misconduct, to suspend the executives, that in the end the board said this has got nothing to do with any wrongdoing on their part. It's simply to ensure that the investigations will not be hampered in any way. Is that right?
Chairperson, that's exactly how I remember that happening.
That's quite interesting because, as you will have heard Mr. Tsotsi, when he gave evidence, one, he said, when he attended the Durban meeting, Ms. Myeni made it clear that the suspension of the executives was not going to be based on any wrongdoing on their part, and they were to be told that they were not being suspended because of wrongdoing. It was simply to make sure that the investigation could be conducted without any hindrance. And he said when he talked to the board, he talked along the same lines. Is that also your understanding of what he said to me?
What he said, yes, that's what I heard him say.
Yes, but you're saying that's not what he said at the meeting of
No.
on the 11th.
No, Chair, that wasn't what he said.
He wanted to have his reasons for proposing the suspension of the executives was based on alleged misconduct on the part of the executives.
Yes,
But the board was not happy to go that route,
yes.
to rely on that, and they rather preferred to rely on something, on saying it's not wrongdoing, but it's to allow the investigation to proceed unhindered.
Chairperson, very definitely, because by this time, by this time, there was a level of mistrust that was now starting to rear its head. And the board was saying, look, first of all, there's a meeting with the president. You're telling us Ms. Myeni was here or was involved. We're an independent board. I mean, how come you didn't tell any of us that you were going to go and have this meeting in advance? That was the first concern. Now you're coming and you're telling us that we're going to suspend 4 people and these are the reasons. As a board, we cannot accept your version because we don't know if that's true or not. We can't just suspend people unilaterally. If we agree that we're going to have the inquiry, which by this time I think there was a literal agreement, and you've heard me saying, I would have liked it because there's a line in the sand, we know exactly what's going on in the business. Then we cannot suspend the people because we haven't got evidence of what you are suggesting. Then it's going to be best for us to ask them to step aside while the inquiry continues. That's my recollection, Chair.
That's quite interesting because so we will. I hope one or both recordings will audios would resolve that because you see on the face of it, it would make sense for Mr. Tsotsi to say at the meeting of the 11th that the suspension of the executives had nothing to do with any wrongdoing on their part, if at the Durban meeting that's what he had been told. You see, and of course he said, and you would have heard him, that although he was in support of the idea that the executives should not continue to be at work while the investigation was going on, he said he was concerned about using the label of suspension because that could have a reputational effect on the executives. He said he was thinking maybe they should be said to be recusing themselves or that kind of thing. What do you say to that, to what you said?
I'm sorry, Chairperson, I cannot support that version. The
Yes.
board were the ones who pushed back. The board were the ones who then got the legal counsel in to see if we couldn't call the stepping aside something else. It was not Mr. Tsotsi's concern for the staff that was a problem. It was the board's concern. So we would need to get that recording.
Yeah. Well, that might be important. It might be important to know exactly who took which view when.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, Chair, I agree.
Okay. Mr. Seleka.
Thank you, Chairperson. Ms. Klein, so in which meeting does Mr. Tsotsi articulate what you say he was articulating?
Namely, that the suspensions would be based on alleged misconduct.
Yes.
Is it at the meeting of the 11th?
It would have had to have been at the...
Because you were not at the 9th?
I was not there on the 9th. So
Yeah.
my recollection is only based on what happened on the 11th.
Yeah.
So sometime on the 11th, that would have been discussed.
Yes, but what confuses us is that you say you supported the suspensions,
Yes.
and you say you supported them for the reasons you could say something about the two, but you couldn't recall what is the position in regard to the other two. So maybe you should tell the chairperson why you supported the suspensions.
Without the Chairperson, without the allegations now, is that what you...
No, what were your reasons for supporting the suspensions?
Very simply put, Chair, here is a company in distress. Here is load shedding at the cost of 434 million rands to this country per day. Here is a going concern problem, which we were told there's only enough money, not even enough money to pay 1 month of running. I said it earlier, 30 million rand. If people who could potentially slow down the opportunity that I would have to get a view of how to turn this company around is asked to step aside, I would support that. I believed in my heart of hearts that this country could not afford to continue the way that it was going at that point in time, number one. Number two, I supported the chairperson in the inquiry because we needed as a board to have a baseline. You had a warrant telling you what you could and couldn't do. You had the minister calling and telling us from day one, and she said it here again, you must turn this business around. You've got a chairperson telling you that these people have done all these things wrong. We have now argued the fact that we are not going to suspend them because we cannot prove that they've done anything wrong. But maybe moving them aside would give me an opportunity to have a much different view in quite a shorter space of time so we can start turning the ship. That was my motivation.
Yes. Well, the inquiry aside, because you could do an inquiry without suspending the executives, we understand from Mr. Matuna, who testified before the commission, that when he arrived for his suspension in that meeting, you specifically said you should give us reasons why we should not take the decision we are taking. He was not given reasons for your decision. He was rather, the tables were turned around, as it were. he being asked, what reasons can you advance for us not to take the decision? Do you have any recollection of that?
Chairperson, I do not have recollection, but let me put into context what I believe happened and what I believe would happen in terms of labor law when you're running a big business.
No, but let me, because it's going to take long. All I want to know is, did you ask Mr. Tsidiso Matona, give us reasons why we should not take the decision we are taking?
Chairperson, I want to, but I want to answer it fully, and I don't want to take long. I want to answer this by saying to you, we would have said that to every single person who was suspended. And the way that the wording would have gone, if it is on recording, would simply be this. We believe that you being present at the time of this inquiry may slow this inquiry down. We are not suspending you for any wrongdoing. Give us the reason that you believe that that decision would be wrong.
He says, you specifically said, give us reasons. Not anybody else but you. That's what he said.
And Chairperson, that's what I'm exceeding. I would have said that if I was saying that to Mr. Matona, I would have said that to everyone or whoever. Remember, Mr. Tsotsi was chairing that part of the meeting. So it's possible that Mr. Tsotsi may have said to me, will you handle that part of it? I mean, that's not unusual in meetings of that nature. The purpose of calling people in when you're going to be suspending them, asking them to step aside, is very simple. You've got to give them an opportunity to tell you why you believe, why they believe differently to what you believe. Remember, the board had agreed that presence would have slowed this inquiry down.
Yes. Can I ask you then, insofar as that is concerned, just explain to the chairperson, did you have evidence that they will impact or slow the process down?
Chairperson, I have not got a shred of evidence, except to say that this is what our chairperson told us could be a problem. That was all I was responding to.
Yeah. No, but you articulated it as a view you held, and you needed to give them the opportunity to make representations to you why they should not be suspended.
Chairperson, I think I'm a little bit lost, simply because it is standard practice. If you're thinking of suspending someone, you put to them why you believe that they need to be separated from you at that time.
Yes, I think what I think council is saying to you is you believed that they should be suspended. You must have had grounds or reasons for believing they should be suspended. You have conceded that there was not a shred of evidence suggesting that if they continued to be at work, they would interfere. But you say, nevertheless, you believe they should be suspended because the chairperson was the one who had said their presence, continued presence, could interfere with investigation. So I think what he is saying is, but don't rely on what the chairperson says, because this is your belief now, that they should be suspended. You should have your own view. If your view is based on the same thing as the chairperson, but if you are able to defend it, you defend it yourself. You can't say the chairperson said. I think that's what council is saying.
That's exactly so, Chairperson. Remembering that you are a non-executive director, you have fiduciary duties, and you would recall that Mr. Norman Baloy in the recording said we must be able to defend this decision. And I think the chairperson has articulated that position clearly.
Chairperson, I hear that, but I think where we are probably not agreeing is Norman Baloy gives an opinion of how he's struggling with certain things. The collective then agrees that this is the way you're going to deal with it.
Yeah.
I can't then, based on my personal opinion, go and sit and say something different when we go into a subcommittee than what the board had agreed.
I think Mr. Selega is saying this is not a situation where you say the board made this decision. I had a different view. This is a situation where you are saying I supported the idea that the executive should be suspended. And he's saying, well, if you supported it, you must have had reasons. And then, of course, he has asked you, was there any evidence that suggested that the executives would interfere with the investigation? You say, no, there was no evidence. So his next question probably, after this one was going to be, so why did you support it? Because there was no evidence, you say so yourself. So to suggest that if these executives continued to work, there was no evidence that they could interfere with the investigation.
Chair,
So now,
Yeah.
personally, because you said you supported the suspension,
yes.
that must mean that you can personally defend your own decision to support the suspension. That's where he is, yeah.
And I absolutely support that because I'd already agreed that I support the suspensions.
Yes.
But Chairperson, what I think I'm hearing is that in Matona's, what Mr. Matona said in his affidavit was that when he was called in, I was the one who said to him, give me a reason why you should not be suspended. So I'm responding to that by saying that when a board has taken a decision, forget about individuals. Once the board has made the decision, unless you then minute it and say, I don't agree, all right? Then, once the board has agreed, then you go out and you execute on what the board had agreed, whether you'd agreed in there or not. That is unfortunately the way that it works. I had agreed that I supported the suspensions for the reasons I gave you, but when we spoke to Mr. Matona, as we did with every other executive that was suspended, they were all asked, they were all told that you will not be charged, but the view of the board is that your presence is going to hamper or slow down the investigation. What do you say to that? Give us your reasons why you don't think that that is correct.
Mr.
And that's
Selega?
what.
Thank you, Chair. Ms. Klein, let's turn to page 14 of your affidavit. Paragraph 47.
37.
47.
Sorry, page.
Page 14.
14. Sorry, I've got it wrong. Yes, Chair, I've got it.
Yes, because there you write, to my understanding, none of the suspended executives were given reasons for their suspensions. They were not given reasons. Instead, they were simply told that they were required to step aside in order for the inquiry to be speedily concluded and that they were not being formally charged. So there were no reasons for the suspension.
Well, there could be a situation where there are reasons, but they are not told. And there could be a situation where there are no reasons, and obviously if there are no reasons can be told to them. And there could be a situation where there are reasons and those reasons are told to them. So what do you say about what Mr. Selega says, namely, no, you say in your affidavit no reasons were given to the executives as to why they were suspended. Is that true?
That is correct, Chair.
That is correct. Okay, Mr. Selega.
Thank you, Chair.
Was there a reason why they were not told the reasons?
Chair, because the board had deliberated long and hard and decided we couldn't charge them for what we were told they had done wrong.
Yeah.
Which is why eventually the board agreed that we could ask them to step aside, because I was convinced by the chair that their presence, which is, he told us, their presence could hamper the inquiry. And at that meeting with them, they were told, you're not being charged, but we believe that your presence here could hamper the inquiry. Give us a reason why you believe that is not the case.
Well, if they were told that the board believes that your continued presence or your presence in the workplace during the investigation will hamper the investigation, was that not the board's reasons for thinking that they should be suspended?
That is correct, Chairperson.
Yes.
But in terms of process, you can't just get somebody to go. You've got to tell them, this is what we're doing.
Yes.
You can give us, now you've got an opportunity to tell us why you don't believe what we're doing is correct.
No, I accept that. I'm just linking this up with your evidence that the board, that the executives were not given reasons.
No.
But certainly, if what you have just said is correct, at least prior to them being told you are suspended, the board did say to them, as things stand, before we hear what you have to say, we think you should be suspended because we think if you are present at work during the investigation, that may hamper the investigation. Is that right?
That is correct, in exactly that order.
Yes.
And then you give them an opportunity to say, you're completely wrong.
Yeah. But was the decision to suspend, when was the decision to suspend them taken?
Prior to calling them in.
Yes.
Yes.
It
Yes,
was
Chairperson.
taken before they were called
Of
in.
course. Of course. Yes.
So which means there was already a decision when they made the representations or
Correct.
said whatever they were invited to say.
Correct, Chair.
Yes.
You do, however, need to give the person an opportunity to say, look, you haven't taken these 5 things into account.
Yes.
That's all that we were trying to establish.
Yes. Of course, normally one would expect that that opportunity would be given to them before a decision is taken.
Remember, the decision was made to suspend. You then call the person in and say, this is what we're planning to do. Give them an opportunity to consider what you may not have considered before. They then come with these are my 5 reasons why I think what you're saying is incorrect. The board then goes back and deliberates and say, is that fair or isn't it fair? If the board then finds, but hold on, we did not consider these things that this person had put on the table, the board can go back and say, hold on, we're not suspending this person for this reason. So the decision is made, but you must still give the person an opportunity first to give their view before the final call is made to either then suspend. So your question is a good one. The actual decision to suspend only happens after that engagement,
The final decision.
the final decision of
Yeah.
the board.
Okay. Mr. Selega.
Thank you, Chair. Ms. Klein,
We are at 7 minutes past 3.
Ms. Klein, in regard to your first reason, the finances of the company and so on, we have a transcript of you at the Parliamentary Portfolio Committee where you accepted that Eskom was downgraded it had its first downgrade as a result of the suspensions you effected as the board. You recall that?
I do recall it.
So, I mean, that questions the validity of the reasons advanced in regard to the finances as the reasons valid to suspend the executives as opposed to resolving the issues. If you understand what I'm saying?
I hear you, Chairperson.
Yeah.
Can I comment?
Yeah, you may.
Yeah.
Certainly.
First of all, I was under oath at Parliament, as I am here today. I did make the comment that we had our first downgrade as a result of that.
Of the suspension.
Yeah. Thank you, Chair. The day in Parliament, obviously I was overwhelmed as well. Actually, that was not, so I will want to put it on record, that was not our first downgrade. Our first downgrade happened in November of 2014. The reason that we were having financial difficulty is because after the first Moody's downgrade in November of 2014, Eskom could no longer raise bonds. No, people were dumping Eskom bonds a dime a dozen.
Sorry,
So
if I may.
Yes.
Are you saying then, as a result of the suspensions, there was a second downgrade,
A second downgrade. That I'm going to concede.
which was caused by the suspensions?
That is certainly something that was my view then, and it still is my view now.
Thank you. You know of Mr. Linnell.
Yes, I do, sir.
You heard that the audio clip's been played
Yes.
yesterday, that he was involved at the request of the President to draft these proposals and the proposed resolutions. You're aware of that?
I'm aware of it now, sir.
You were not aware of it then?
At the time, we were not aware that Mr. Linnell had drafted anything. It only became public knowledge after that.
But Mr. Tsotsi did say that he's been instructed by the President to ask the board to appoint Mr. Linnell as a coordinator of the entire process.
Okay, Chairperson, I think I may be a bit lost as maybe we must just be more specific on when I became aware of what, because
Yeah.
at the time when I got the resolution or the overview on the evening of the 8th, nowhere there was Mr. Linnell's name mentioned.
No, it's fine. Let me accelerate it then. On the
Please do.
11th,
Yes.
on the 11th of March, Mr. Linnell is present in the meeting after the minister. The meeting you have as the board after the minister. He's present in your meeting as the P&G committee, where the suspensions of the executives take place. You recall that?
Yes, I do, Chair.
Mr. Linnell was said to have already done the groundwork in regard to the reasons to motivate for the initiation of this inquiry. You recall that?
I do.
And Mr. Tsotsi did say that the board has been asked to appoint Mr. Linnell to coordinate the entire process. You will recall in the clip, he said he has drafted the statement that the board was debating about the wording for the media release. You recall that?
I do.
I suppose that is also in your audio recordings that you have. Correct?
Correct, Chair.
So Mr. Tsotsi made it very clear to the board that call it a request, call it an instruction to do the investigation, to suspend the executives, came from the president.
Yes, at that stage, yes, with the minister having come and, given us that confirmation as well.
So this idea did not originate within the board. It came from outside of the board.
Correct? I concede, Chair.
So the executives are suspended. The executives are told the suspension will be for 3 months because the inquiry is envisaged to take a period of 3 months. Now, if they are suspended on the 11th of March 2015, you said it had been, the inquiry was required, you said earlier, it was required that it be done by the end of June.
Yes.
Who required that it be done by the end of June?
This was what our chairperson told us on that clip. If you played that clip any longer, you will hear, and I'm sure if you got a transcript.
Yes.
Yes. This was being put to the board by Mr. Tsotsi to say, guys, we've got to move this along. We do not have a lot of time. And the 30th, and understand, we've already done a whole lot of work. There's a thick document of a lot of work that's been done on Eskom. And as a board member, that gave me comfort. So it's not like I'm sitting here today and it's the first time that this is happening. I think where I became a little bit, Chairperson through you, a little bit disillusioned is the board was promised a copy of that work so that it would speed up our understanding.
Yes, but Ms. Klein, you will know from the meeting that the board agreed that we don't have a document. This is going to be our decision. We're owning this decision. You will know that from that recording.
Chairperson,
I can play the recording if you so wish.
I accept that. But
Yes.
nowhere did I accept that I did no longer require the information that I was promised existed. Because as a board member, I believed in getting this process started and that this information, the work that's already been done, would help us as a board. So, Chair, you don't need to play it again. I
Okay.
heard it.
Thank you, ma'am. And in fact, let the chairperson know that that was the concern of Mr.
Baloyi.
Norman Baloyi. It was only Mr. Norman Baloyi who was concerned that, Mr. Chairperson, referring to Mr. Tsotsi, you haven't answered my question on the report. You recalled?
No, I do recall, I do accept.
And that it was not Mr., but Dr. Ben Ngubane who said, there may be a report or document that's not Eskom's document, it's government's document, this is our decision. And he proposed a resolution to which all the members agreed of the board. You recall that?
I do recall, but that doesn't take away from my point that we had been promised a document that the chairperson said we were going to get, and that was going to help me understand the business. So I accept that Dr. Ben said that. I accept that Norman Baloyi said that, but I was still expecting a document that what I was told had a lot of work that had been done on Eskom previously.
Yeah. But it became a board resolution that we will forge ahead and make this our own decision without a document which was being referred to by Mr. Tsotsi. And that's the point I'm making.
Chair, and I'm struggling to concede that a commitment made to a board by a chairperson can unilaterally just move off the table because we're agreeing to have an inquiry done. There was a document that was promised to us. And as board members, we followed up regularly. Dr. Ben...
Page 16, paragraph 57.
Oh, okay.
The top of the page, Chairperson.
This is still on bundle 02.
Eskom bundle 02, Chairperson.
Okay.
That's where Ms. Klein's affidavit is. So there it reads, if I may, Chair, or should I give you a moment?
Okay, I'm sorry. Page 50.
No, 16.
16.
Paragraph 57.
Okay, all right, I'm there.
It says, with regards to Mr. Koko, I was present at the meeting with him. He was the one executive who was not interested in leaving the employer of Eskom. He indicated that he wanted his job back. Upon objecting to this, I was mandated by the board to engage with a senior partner of Denton's in order to establish whether or not Mr. Koko had been, by way of the inquiry, found guilty of any wrongdoing. You see that, Ms. Klein?
Yes, I do, Chairperson.
Let me read paragraph 56. 58. In this regard, I contacted Mr. Nuat Kapti of Denton's, who indicated that they had not found any evidence of wrongdoing by any of the suspended executives. In order to address my discomfort, I decided to engage with Mr. Jerry Kapu of Bowman Gilfillan, who advised that Eskom could not keep someone on suspension if the inquiry did not find any evidence of wrongdoing. Denton's also provided a letter confirming the above. So you confirm that's what you did?
Yes, I do, Chair.
Could you explain to the chairperson, if Mr. Koko said, I want my job back, you, as indicated here, took the trouble to engage, you say, a senior partner at Denton's in order to establish whether or not Mr. Koko had been, by way of this inquiry, found guilty of any wrongdoing. Why would you do that? Why did you do that?
I'm not...
Could you explain to the chairperson, why did you go to find out whether there is a finding or not of wrongdoing in respect of Mr. Koko?
I think it's quite easy, Chairperson. After about, I'd say, a month or so into the inquiry, I, as a board member, and I think at that stage I was acting chairperson of P&G, was told of various people making calls amongst, because I didn't get any calls myself, making calls about, we don't want to wait this out, we are tired of this, our names are being besmirched, we want to leave. And because of that, there was a special P&G meeting where it was discussed, and a committee was put together to meet with individuals to find out, so where are they with us? We met with, I think it was with, I wasn't part of the meeting with Mr. Marakane. I was present with the meeting with Mr. Matona after the CCMA meeting, after the CCMA hearing, and I was present with the meeting with Mr. Koko. And that's where I'm coming from. Of the 3 people that I had been involved with in the meetings, Koko was the only one who said, I want to go back.
Yes. Well, I was asking you a different question, but now that you've said what you said, Mr. Matona explicitly told the chairperson that he was told there's no option of you returning in the very first meeting. Chair,
I can't remember saying that to Mr. Matona. The meetings that we had with the executives was to establish where they were based on the number of calls we were getting for people not wanting to come back. Mr. Matona, I do concur, had gone to the Labour Court, and I think he said he met with Dr. Ben, and I think I was only part, chairperson, of the meeting when they started talking about settlement. So, you know, if you're saying to me, Mr. Matona said specifically that, unless you tell me I was at that meeting, I don't remember that.
Well, you were not one of the Eskom representatives who negotiated with him, or were you?
No, I was.
You were?
Yeah.
Okay. But are you saying that, or let me ask this question first. He told me about 2 meetings that he had with the representatives of the board. He told me what happened on the first meeting. He told me what happened in the second meeting. Did you attend both meetings?
I don't recall, Chair. I do remember meeting with him and talking settlement.
Yeah.
I do remember.
But you don't remember whether there were 2 meetings?
I do remember that. Yes.
You don't remember whether there were 2 meetings?
Look, if he says
Whether
there
you
were 2,
attended them or not?
yeah, correct. If he says it was 2, it clearly was 2, then I'd accept that.
Yes.
But the point I think that is being made is that he was told his job is off the table.
Yeah, no, we'll come to that.
Okay.
So, do you remember, is your recollection that you participated only in one meeting where you discussed his settlement with him together with whoever else from the board?
I remember one, Chair. If there was a second one, I'll have to go. I don't remember it.
You might not have attended.
Or it's
another
possible
one,
that I may
or
not
you
have
may have just forgotten.
It could be either one of those.
Yes. I think that he said he was told when he said he wanted to go back to his job that was off the table.
Chairperson, I do not remember that.
You don't remember that?
I do not remember that.
And one can understand why that may have been his attitude, because he had taken the trouble to take Eskom to court. And as I understand it, when he took Eskom to court, he wanted his job back. Isn't it? Yes.
Yes, I would conclude that also.
Yes, so that would mean that, to the board's knowledge, Mr. Matona wanted his job back. Then, is it not probable that when he met with the representatives of the board, would it not be probable that he would say, I want my job back? He has spent his money to go to court precisely to achieve that objective. Would you not accept that?
No, I do accept that.
Yeah,
I do.
It's logical.
I do accept that.
Yes. Obviously, with the delay, there might come a point where somebody who may have wanted his job back might decide, I'm no longer interested from now on. So there is that. But his evidence was clear, that he only abandoned the idea of going back to his job after he had been told by a member of the board representatives who were talking settlement with him, that going back to his job was off the table. He said he went away to reflect, and then when he came to the next meeting, he had accepted that he was not going to go back to his job because he realized that Eskom was not going to allow that. If he wanted to force Eskom to take him back, to allow him back, you would have to spend a lot of money in courts.
Sure, I accept that, Chair.
You,
I
you,
hear
ac-
you.
you understand that, yeah?
Yes.
Okay, all right.
Thank you, Chair. But my question, Ms. Klein, was why did you have to go to Denton's to find out whether or not they, in order for you to establish whether or not they have found Mr. Koko guilty of any wrongdoing? Why did you have to take that step?
I think if we were to put the dates of these things into context, maybe I can answer the question more specifically. By the time we got to, I think it was July 1st or 2nd, I remember I wasn't chairperson of People and Governance anymore. Of the 3 people that I had seen, which was, 2, I had seen, I've been part of, like I said, Tulufelo's deliberation or interaction, even though I wasn't there when final decisions was made. That was the one thing. The second thing is I may have or may not have been part of 2 meetings with Mr. Matona, and both of those had by now agreed they wanted to leave. Remember, from my perspective, we were going to talk to people to find out where they were based on all these calls of, but I want to go. So I can't even tell you exactly when that happened. But regarding the Denton's thing with Mr. Koko, when we walked in, was wanting to talk about nothing else. He said something like, when I walked in, never forget, he said something like, my blood is blue, and I'm wanting to go back to my job, categorically.
But you said that the investigation was never aimed at establishing any wrongdoing on the part of the executive. So why did you want to find out from Denton's if they had made any finding of wrongdoing on Mr. Koko's part?
Chairperson, I think that was to give me more comfort as an individual. It wasn't anybody else's idea. I was uncomfortable at that time that there was only one person coming back. And I wanted to be very, very sure that this person wasn't found guilty of anything. Bearing in mind as well, Chairperson, when the original names were put forward, Mr. Koko's name was put forward by the chair as having done something wrong. So now I'm sitting here as a board member in front of somebody who says, I want my job back, and I want to know from Denton's, so what have you found here?
Yes.
Has there or has there not been any findings on this individual?
Yes.
I was then, because I wasn't chairing People and Governance, Twaita Mabude was chairing People and Governance. She then told me to give you comfort based on what you've just said. You phoned Denton's, which I did. And then Mr. Nurkapti said there was no wrongdoing found in terms of any of the suspended executives. I then said, okay, well, that's fine. But then if this person wants to come back and everybody else is left, what do we as a board, what rights do we have or not have with something like this to help us in our decision making to bring him back or not bring him back? That's when I went to Bowman Gilfillan's, to Jerry Kapo to say, Jerry, how do I deal with this? Here's a staff member who's done nothing wrong according to the investigation, who decides he wants to come back when everybody else has said they're leaving. How do we deal with this? And Jerry said, you can't keep somebody on suspension if they've done nothing wrong according to this, and your board is saying bring him back.
Were you involved in the settlement negotiations relating to the financial director and Mr. Is it Marquand?
Sorry, Mr.
What was-
Matona. Mr. Matona?
No, not Matona.
Marakani.
Yeah, yes. Were you involved in those?
No, I wasn't chair. Wasn't
Yes.
involved in Marakani at all. And the settlement agreements with Ms. Malefe also wasn't. I was involved with one meeting and a discussion with her, but the actual decision about what was done, I wasn't a part of.
So was Mr. Koko the only one of the executives who had been suspended that you discussed the way forward with?
No, we had discussed the way forward, according to me, with all of them, in terms
Sorry?
of, we had discussed the meetings I was part of, we discussed the way forward with every single one of them.
Oh, yeah, but that's what I was asking earlier on.
Okay.
I was saying, were you involved in settlement discussions, in negotiations, representing the board with the financial director
Yes, I was.
and Mr.
Marukani?
Kane,
No,
yeah.
no, I wasn't.
No. So you were involved in regard to Mr. Matona
Mr. Matona
and the financial director
and Mr. Koko.
and Mr. Koko.
Correct, sir.
And with regard to the financial director, did you talk about her coming back?
I think at the time, if I remember correctly, by the time I was in the first meeting with her, she'd already decided. I'd heard via other board members, she'd already decided she doesn't want to come back.
Yes.
That was what I heard. Whether or
Yes.
not that was true, you'll have to ask other directors.
Yes,
I can-
okay.
Okay.
Yes, Mr. Seleka.
Thank you, Chair. But ma'am, she says differently in her affidavit. In the first meeting, she meets with yourself, Dr. Ngubane, Mr. Romeo Khumalo, Suzanne Daniels was there, and even prior to that meeting, she had written letters to find out what's happening in the affidavit, which I'll find for you, and she wanted to come back. That first meeting, she says Mr. Romeo Khumalo was doing most of the talking, and there is a point where, and it is suggested to her that can we not have an amicable separation? That's her version.
I remember those words, as you correctly say.
Yeah.
I remember that. But Chairperson, what had happened prior to that meeting, specifically with Ms. Molefe, I was told that she no longer wanted to be part of Eskom. That's what I was told. So when I was in the meeting where she's being asked about amicable settlement, you'd need to ask Mr. Khumalo that. Every single one of those meetings that we went to, we went armed with settlement packages because that was what gave rise to a meeting where it was agreed that if people wanted to leave, we've got their numbers. But I certainly didn't start the discussion by saying, look, you're going to leave. I mean, I don't remember that being the intent. I, at the time of the meeting, had already heard that she'd already asked to leave the organization.
Well, if I think Mr. Matona or Mr. Tsotsi, one of them, I think, told me that the settlement agreements relating to the financial director, Ms. Molefe, and Mr.
Marukani.
Yeah, were either exactly the same or substantially the same as that of Mr. Matona, I would imagine, save for maybe figures, and such thing, personal particulars. Certainly, I understood what one of them said as meaning that just as Mr. Matona was given a settlement of a year's salary, they were given the same. That's how I understood what I was being told. Do you know whether that is so?
Chair, without having the numbers in front of me, I can imagine that it may have been correct. The mandate that the board gave to the committee who was going to be engaging was to say that equivalent to a year's salary. But remember, Mr. Matona had only been there for a very short period. And what I think the other executives had, which was due to them, which was not the salary. We're talking about benefits like their long-term benefits, long-term bonuses, which was all due to them. That would have had to have been paid out because, I mean, that was all, they'd worked for that. So I can imagine, if without having the numbers in front of me, I think that would have been the reason for it.
But you see, you are saying that your understanding was that Mr. Markana and Ms. Molefe had expressed the wish to leave,
Yes.
but Mr. Koko wanted his job back.
That's my understanding, yes.
Yes. Now, if indeed, as I understand it to be the case, Eskom paid them a year's salary just like Mr. Matona, why would Eskom pay somebody a year's salary who lives on their own when Eskom is happy to have them back? Why doesn't Eskom say, well, as far as we are concerned, you should come back. You have not been found guilty of anything. If you want to leave, then you resign and get whatever benefits you get. We don't have a dispute with you. We're not settling any dispute with you. What would be the justification for paying so much money in circumstances where somebody must still do the job that they would have done for that year? In other words, if Eskom pays you a year's salary and you leave, they will still pay somebody else for the same month. So they'll be paying two people for the job of one. What would be the justification? Now, I can understand if Eskom doesn't want them anymore, because then Eskom is buying their resignation to say, if you resign, this is what we'll give you, and you walk away, we walk away. That I can understand. But I can't understand it if Eskom has no issue with them coming back, and they are the ones who just would want to leave, that Eskom then says, we'll pay you a year's salary.
Yeah.
Are you able to explain that to me?
Chairperson, I think it's a very, very good point that you make. But don't forget, that's why it was called settlement. It was called settlement. It wasn't them resigning. It was them saying, we're happy to leave, but we want to settle with you. We want a settlement.
But that is the problem. You don't settle if there is no dispute.
Yeah,
You settle if there is a dispute.
yeah.
So what dispute was there between Eskom and them, or between the board and them?
Chair, at the time, they called for settlements. I hear what you're saying. It makes a whole lot of sense now with the benefit of everything that's happened. At the time, the board felt that that was a good decision, which I supported as well.
Yes, but I mean, one of your duties as the board is to act in the best interests of Eskom. That's your overall duty. Now, an employee who wants to leave, I take it as the Eskom board, if you as the Eskom board have no reason not to want that employee to continue, you would say, well, we can't force you to work for Eskom, but then if you want to leave, you resign and you will get whatever benefits, if any, that somebody gets if they resign of their own. We can't take Eskom's money for a year. I mean, I think in the case of Mr. Matona, it was quite a few million rands.
Yeah.
I would imagine It was the same with the other ones. Why are you paying that money if you have no issues with these employees and they've done nothing wrong? Why is it in the interest of Eskom for you to spend so much money for an employee who decides that they don't want to continue working for Eskom to go?
I agree with you today, Chair. At the time, that was the decision of the board, which I also agreed was the right decision.
Yes. You see, if I look at that conduct on the part of the board in relation to the 3 directors, the payment of so much money to them doesn't make sense if I'm told the board actually had no problem with them continuing with their job. It doesn't make sense. But if I'm told the board did not want these executives to continue or to come back, then it makes sense. Then it makes sense. Because it means the board said, look, we don't have proper grounds to dismiss these executives. And indeed, Mr. Matona had already gone to court to challenge the board, to challenge his suspension. So, in order for us to get rid of them, we must give them, call it a golden handshake or whatever. We must effectively buy their resignation. We must say to them, here is money. If you take this money, you can resign, and then we part ways. So when, therefore, Mr. Matona says, I was told by the representatives of the board that going back to my job is off the table, then that version seems very credible to me. Not the one that says, no, the board, they are the ones who said they want to leave. And then we paid them a year's salary to leave when it wasn't what we wanted. Can you see?
I do hear you, Chairperson.
Yes.
I see the difficulty with what you're saying. I understand the difficulty.
Yes.
But I'm saying to you that on my part, as a director, I was part of the decision that agreed to settle.
Yes.
Now, if it was a wrong decision, then it was a wrong decision.
Yes.
I do understand what you're saying.
You see, I don't know what conclusion I will reach when I have had all the evidence. But it is possible that there may have been a plan that was made somewhere outside of Eskom to get rid of these executives. And this plan was sold to the board. And it may well be that among the board members, some knew the origin of the plan and knew a lot about the plan than others. I don't know. And the plan was to get rid of these executives so that other people who may have been favored by those who made the plan would be brought into Eskom, into the key positions that these executives had occupied. And becomes quite interesting that of all these executives, Mr. Koko is the only one who is allowed back. And there are allegations that Mr. Koko had some association with either the Guptas or associates of the Guptas. You understand what I mean?
I hear what you're saying, Chairperson.
So in the end, who was associated with the Guptas or not associated, it's a decision one that I will take when I've had all the evidence. But one reads these things, one hears evidence, and so on. So there are those concerns. You know, you have one of these executives, Mr. Matona, saying, I wanted my job back. I'd even gone to court to try and force the Eskom board to give me my job back. And they came and then they said, that's off the table. And I ended up realizing that I didn't have enough financial resources to fight a financial giant like Eskom. I had to accept that I must just take money and go. And then you have Mr. Koko seemingly just getting his job back very easily. Okay, you might be able to say something on this, but I'm just giving you an indication of some of the things that one is looking at and some of the analysis.
Chairperson, I think, look, I can't argue with anything that you've said. I hear you 100%. Let me give you a personal view. This is my view.
Yes.
This is not anybody else's view. All right?
Yeah.
I come from corporate South Africa, where if I pay somebody 6 million rand, I expect a certain level of performance. Now, this is not a discussion that's been held, and I don't even know that it's in my papers. But a personal view is if I pay you 6 million or whatever the number was that a CEO was being paid, I expect results. One thing I did say in here is, and I still maintain it, so it doesn't take away and negate what you've just said, why settle, and you'll hear from others who they, who said to Matona he didn't, his job is gone. I can't comment on that. But one thing I will say is, as a CEO, I expect performance. And I don't expect performance from 6 months from now. I expect it literally, you come in, you study the company in advance, you come in with all the strategies, and after a month or two, we start seeing a move. That's on the CEO. So I didn't fight for Sidiso when, nobody said to me that Sidiso wanted his job back. That wasn't my understanding. You asked me my question about how do I view it. The FD, great person as well. But everything that came out of the war room, everything that we'd heard, and we'd heard that we didn't get proper reports, but we'd heard from the minister, there was numerous complaints about 5 versions of financial numbers coming through. So I'm responding myself now, okay? In my own head, are these people going to turn the business around? I don't know. If I were the only shareholder, I can assure you I wouldn't have kept people in a job that couldn't turn it around in the last 6 months or 2 years. I'm giving you a personal view. And I'm not negating anything that you've said, Chairperson. I'm responding to what's going on in my head.
Yes, yes.
I just want to also answer the question about there may have been this grand scheme of get rid of people. Chairperson, I was not part of that. I do not know anything about it.
No, that's, I understand. Mr. Siliga, I may have disturbed your plan.
No, not at all. Not at all.
But I'm sure I've covered something you intended covering.
Yeah. No, not at all, Chair. No disturbance at all. Ms. Klein, you have repeatedly said this thing about Minister Brown, that she raised concerns about the war room.
Yes.
Now I want to refer you to Ms. Brown's state affidavit to this commission, because she doesn't say that to this commission. She tells this commission about her meeting with President Jacob Zuma And that it was Mr. President Jacob Zuma who raised concerns about the war room.
About the board,
About the war room,
a war room, okay.
not herself. I think we read this during Mr. Tsotsi's testimony, and
Just remind me quickly.
that's the file I have, yeah.
Yes,
She writes, I do recall having conversations with the then President Jacob Zuma about the dire situation of load shedding. He was concerned that the war room was not receiving accurate information. Now, she doesn't ascribe that to herself, i.e., the executives were feeding the wrong or inaccurate, they left out the word information, to the war room. He was also distressed by the impact of load shedding on the country and the economy. But that part of the war room is attributed to the then Mr. President Jacob Zuma. The minister doesn't say, I was concerned. I was part of the war room. We were receiving inaccurate information. Mr. Matona wasn't performing, let alone the FD. So how does this commission deal with what you say, where the concerns of the minister that herself doesn't say were her concerns?
Chairperson, I'm not too sure how to answer that. I'm not too sure how to respond to the evidence leader. Simply,
I think what it calls for on your part
yes,
is to reflect on what the minister said and try and make up your mind whether she mentioned these complaints about the war room not being given correct information as her concerns, or whether she might have said the president has expressed concern about information being given to the war room. I think that's what it calls
Yes,
for.
yes.
You might say, I don't know, she might have said the president had expressed concern to her, or you might say, no, I'm quite clear that she said this was her concern, part of her
Yes.
concern.
Chairperson, I think that's very clear. I do not recall the minister ever saying the state president was concerned.
Okay.
The minister, from what I know, because I've never been to the war room, was the representative in the war room, because there were a lot of different departments represented. But I don't remember the minister ever saying in the boardroom. I mean, she said it to us on the day she met us. She said it to us on the 11th of March, and there was also an induction session with us. Again telling us she's got a problem with the amount of information coming out of the war room incorrectly. I don't remember the president's name being mentioned.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair.
Can I interrupt you? Don't forget your next question.
I won't, Chair.
Can I interrupt you and step back to what we were discussing
Sure.
earlier? Are you able to tell me what the board's attitude was to the executives before the negotiations took place? Was the board's attitude that it did not want them back? Was the board's attitude that it wanted them back? Was the board's attitude that it didn't matter to them whether they came back or did not come back? If they didn't want to come back, it had no problem. And if they wanted to come back, that would be fine as well, individually and collectively. What was the board's attitude towards the four executives?
Chairperson, I must say, it's a bit difficult to say what the board's attitude was. Maybe it's easier to say what my attitude was.
Well, but I do want the board's
Okay.
attitude because in the end it had to be the board's decision one way or another.
Yeah.
And it may be that it was discussed, it may be that its attitude was not discussed. It may be that you know, it may be that you don't know. And then you can, yeah. So I just want at the board level, whether to your knowledge, what its position was to your knowledge.
To my knowledge, Chair, when we came in there, we were working with people who had been at Eskom for a long time. So obviously they had knowledge, they had more knowledge than any of us. I mean, we were new there as well. And I guess that had a lot to do with, when you ask about the attitude of the board, why when the suspensions were first mooted, the board didn't just jump up and say, I just fire the lot of them. There was a whole pushing back and forth about, but we can't just charge people, we can't just let people, we can't just do these things. It wasn't until we got to agreement that the best way, Chairperson, if you say that they're going to hold us back, extend us or prolong the inquiry, okay, then we agree. I cannot remember a time where the board sat, or certainly I was in any meeting where it was agreed, just let them go, we'll do better if we just bring other people in. I think the operation was much too complex for that decision to have been taken, and I certainly never got that at a board level. That was not the attitude of the board. For me, I had my personal views on things, which I've already shared, rightfully or wrongfully, those were my views. But I do know the complexity of the business that we were running was huge, and we needed experience. However, it was a business in distress. When you look at a business in distress over a long period, you cannot but look at the people who are running it. But that's not a discussion that I've ever been a part of.
Yes. And I guess if the position was that the board's attitude was, we don't think the executives have done anything wrong, but we don't think that they are up to the job that they've been given. One would imagine that then the board would engage them on that issue. And you say that never happened?
That never happened.
That never happened?
No, that never happened, Chair.
Yes. Okay, all right. Mr. Silag, I'm sorry.
Not at all, Chair. Chair, can I just refer to another point?
Yes.
You know, Mrs. Klein.
We are at 4:05.
Yeah.
Let's talk about the way forward. I know that how long we are taking is not just you, it's me as well. Because
It's the Commission, Chair. We blame the Commission.
Subject to my own interventions, how much time do you think you still need with her?
If we complete the suspension, which is nearly done, I think, about 30 minutes, then, Chair, we are left with the secondment.
Yeah.
And perhaps we could deal with it some other time. Is it up to me?
Well,
it
looks like the two of you are having some communication that I know nothing about.
Sorry, Chairperson. Sorry.
Yeah.
Well, what are your plans in terms of what she must cover today, or she must cover this time around?
Yeah.
Well, I'm available to work, to sit longer. I just want us to
Yeah.
I want us to have a common idea of
Okay.
how long we will go.
Yes.
Chair, if I may also, with your leave, Chair, I haven't yet come on record. I represent Ms. Klein.
Yes,
I do intend to re-examine at this stage,
yes,
quite briefly, sorry, Chair.
yes,
I would imagine about 20 minutes or so,
Yes,
based on what the evidence which has been
that's
led.
helpful to know, yeah.
We've also found some documents which we've made available to
The evidence
to the
leader.
evidence leader. Yes.
Yes, no, that's fine. I was going to come to the question of re-examination so that we have an idea. So, leaving aside re-examination,
Yes.
how much time do you think? I mean, from my side, if she's ready to deal with the secondment, I would be happy that we deal with that as well, if the time permits. But of course, if she didn't come prepared to deal with that, that's different. But I would like us to cover as much as we can,
Yes.
subject to time constraints.
Yes. We could complete the suspensions in 30 minutes.
Yeah,
The secondment, yeah, it's a bit
an hour?
winding and winding. Maybe we could allocate an hour for it.
Yes,
Yeah. So we could complete the suspensions.
Yeah.
Take a 5 or 10 minutes adjournment, and then
yeah,
we get into the secondment.
okay. Ms. Klein, would you be happy to
Yes,
try and cover
I'm
both?
comfortable, Chairperson.
Okay, all right. So, well, if we go along your assessment, that means about an hour and a half.
Yes, Chair.
That would take us to about what, 5:45, 5:45 or 6 o'clock. Then there may be 20 minutes re-examination. But of course, what we can do,
Yes.
we can go up to where we can. It may be that once you are done, we could look at the time then. If necessary, we could say the re-examination can happen on another day. That wouldn't be a problem to fit in. It could be that we could say tomorrow before the next witness. It could be that we find time next week. I think that we could look at that, at all of that. So I think let's take an adjournment now.
Okay.
And then when we come back, we'll try and see if we can finish evidence on the suspensions and then do the secondments. At the end of that, we look at the time and the situation and see whether the re-examination will happen today, this evening, or whether we'll arrange for another date. All right.
That's in order.
And I think everybody seems okay with that. Yeah.
Yes, Chair. Speaking from my side, given that we've made quite a hefty bundle of documents available, they're not yet part of the record. They would have to be photocopied, and that hasn't been done.
So adjourning to another date for re-examination might be more convenient.
is probably preferable.
Yeah,
I would
okay,
imagine.
no, that's fine, that's fine. Okay, let's take a short adjournment. It's 10 past or 11 minutes past. We will resume at 4:25.
Thank you, Chair.
We adjourn.
Yeah, this is all in Dr. Ben Ngubane's file, but you know the settlement agreement. For Mr. Matona is 6 million, which equates to 1 year's total annual cost to company remuneration package. So you parted with 6 million there for a man who was there for 5 months. You then have to put somebody in his place to pay him going forward. That's Ms. Molefe's agreement. That's also 6,049,417. Except for as set out in clause 4.2, 4.4, 4.5, the separation payment is fully inclusive of any benefits, bonuses, notice pay, or any amount owed or that may be owing to Ms. TBL Molefe. So that makes it a little over 12 million. And then you have Mr. Den Murakani. His is 6.2 million. 6,237,634.33 cents. That takes it to a little over 18 million, which Eskom parted with. It doesn't strike one as a board that is really concerned about the financial status of this company. Your comment?
Chairperson, once again, I'm speaking for myself. A company with a turnover of 375 million per annum, with a cost to run of 30 million per day. I don't know how we conclude that this, I'm sorry, Chairperson, I've got to disagree that 18 million, I'm not taking anything away from the point you raised earlier. If they wanted to resign, let them resign. All right, I'm not trivializing the point. But in terms of, so 18 million for a company with a 375 million turnover per annum, those are not even comparative.
You see, the point is this. As I understand it. You want to spend the company's money properly. As I said earlier on, if the position is that the company doesn't want these people back, it's one thing. But if the company's position is we don't mind them coming back, or we actually want them back, but they are the ones who say they want to leave, then you say, fine, leave. We'll look for somebody else. We don't have to make a deal with you. Just resign like everybody does when they want to leave a company. And if there are any benefits that by law you are entitled to, you'll get those benefits. But you are not going to get 6 million rand when you decide you are leaving. So you keep the company money. But it's different if the position is we don't want this person back. Therefore, in order to buy their departure, we are prepared to spend so much because we are going to get them to leave, and maybe also it's going to mean there's no litigation, it's a settlement. So it's only in that context, I think, that one is looking at that to say, when you can allow the person to leave, to resign without you paying anything, and you say, okay, resign, but I'll give you this money, so much money, that seems inexcusable if you don't have any problem with the person coming back. And of course, even if you had issues to say, look, maybe this person is not up to the job, maybe the proper thing would be let them come back and then you deal with a process that is aimed at dealing with your concerns about his or her performance, you know. Because if indeed they are not up to the job, they are not going to be entitled to that kind of money. They might be entitled to notice and notice pay or whatever, but it's not going to be that kind of money. So I think the 18 million rand is as opposed to a situation where you allow them to go because it's their decision. You are not pushing them out. I think that part you understand.
I
don't have a problem
I
with
do,
that.
Chairperson, and
Yeah.
if I may just, and I know we are all committed to time, but if you
Yeah.
just indulge me. I think, and look, as you're speaking, obviously, you're giving me a chance to also just consider
Yes.
why would I even have thought not to fight it?
Yes.
We were on, for me, a burning platform. The country was without electricity. We were sitting with no money. Now, I mean, I understand, Chairperson, now you could say, okay, you had no money, but you had 18 million. We were sitting with, there was pandemonium. You said it earlier. Instructions from, we heard now, the president, from the minister, the war room, executives, and there was a lot of discord there as well. A new board. So from my personal perspective, I wasn't going to fight it. So, you know, if you're saying to me, that was the wrong decision, Judge, I mean, Chair, if you say ultimately that was a wrong decision, you know what, I'll respect you for saying it. But in the context of what we were facing at the time, which was 434 million rand cost to this country a day, now we're sitting with a threat of total blackout. If you ask me, I think some of the decisions that we made, I'm going to concede today, could have been better made. And if this is going to be one of those where you say to me personally, board or me personally, you should not have made that decision, there would have been a better chance for you to, then I'm going to concede to that. But if you ask me, did I pay the 18 million because I wanted them out, because I wanted somebody else in, that was, if there was such a thing, because I also heard Mr. Tosi say yesterday about meetings that, remember another thing we must not forget. There were meetings being held outside of boardrooms that the board had no knowledge of, that I cannot account for here. So I'm going to go with you and say to you, please, Chairperson, I hope you don't think that I'm trivializing the point. Either you are making all that Mr. Sileka is making.
No, I understand what you are saying. But I think your approach seems to be that you seek to justify the payment of the amounts that were made on the basis that you thought these executives were not good for Eskom to come back. I think as I understand it, amounts to that. You thought, look, maybe they have failed to fix the problem over whatever years they've been around, and then they must go. We'll look for somebody else maybe who will deal with these situations better. And when you look at it that way, you justify it by simply saying, it's worthwhile because we might get people who will put Eskom in a better position. Okay, am I right?
Chairperson, you're articulating exactly what I said. From my personal perspective.
Yes.
But from the board perspective,
Yes.
the reason
Yeah.
that we were looking at numbers,
Yes.
my understanding, which had come to us from various quarters, were people were asking to go.
Yes.
So it wasn't, so in my own
Yes.
head, I wasn't going to fight
Yeah.
to keep people who, in my own head, I would have treated in a particular way in the private sector.
Yes.
So you are right there,
Yeah, so that's how you justify it personally.
Yes.
But you have said also there was no such discussion at board level in any board meeting. And therefore, nobody can say, I would imagine, that the way you looked at it is the way the board looked at it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So one will still want to know, why did the board do this? Yeah. Mr. Selega, we might not
Yes,
have
sorry.
covered what you wanted to cover, but so feel free to continue.
Yes, thank you, Chairperson. Ms. Klein, you will be given the file of Mr. Tsotsi, which we used yesterday. Chairperson, I'm just going to read out to Ms. Klein, which is now the affidavit of Mr. Ben Ngubane, just to identify the file for record purposes, is U17, Eskom Bundle 02, U17, page 503. That's
Do you think I'll need to have a look at it, or I might be able to
Let
do
me
without?
read. I'll read to you, Chairperson.
Yeah, okay.
So, in the interest of time, Mr. Ben Ngubane writes in paragraph 3, Ms. Klein, I hereby confirm that following my suspension from the position of Group Executive, Group Capital at Eskom on 12 March 2015, I reverted to the board via a touch letter, and we'll get to that letter now. This letter addressed to the chairman of the board, Mr. Zola Tsotsi, and copied to the company secretary, Mr. Malisela Pukubre, was never acknowledged nor responded to. Subsequent follow-up letters from my lawyers to Eskom board also suffered the same fate. As time progressed, it became clear to me that the board was deliberately frustrating me. It was well into the month of May 2015, around the 20th of the month, that I called the interim chairman of the board, Dr. Ben Ngubane, in the evening to indicate to him that I had come to the conclusion that I could no longer trust the board. And as such, I wanted to discuss how to separate. By the following morning, that's after waiting for over a month, or nearly 2 months, Dr. Ngubane had already assigned 2 board members, Messrs. Romeo Kumalo and Zitembe Koza, to have separation discussions with me. We concluded the separation discussions at the end of May 2015, and I left the employ of the company effective 1 June 2015. So you see again there that the initial stance of yet another executive was to come back to the board. And
do you want to look at the letters?
Let's look at the letter.
To hear what he was saying in the letters, and
Yes,
his lawyers, what they were saying.
The letter is on page 505, Ms. Klein.
Maybe give me that.
Maybe have the file, Chair. It's a fairly long letter.
You can just go to the relevant
parts
that
yes.
talk about going back or something.
Thank you, Chair. Ms. Klein, that's page 545.
545.
505.
Yeah, no, I've got that.
You are there. The portion I would like to read is on page 509. his concluding paragraph.
Okay, I think my registrar doesn't, there's
Eskom-
something he hasn't had.
Eskom bundle 02. Eskom bundle 02.
02 is here. I thought I had U17 or something. Or is that the exhibit or what? I
I must have a time mic, I think, Chair.
Yeah, 50.
509.
509.
So paragraph 26. He says that if,
No, I don't have 509 on bundle 02. Must be the next bundle. My last page is 490.
oh no, no. Sorry, Chairperson. Sorry, that's my fault. Eskom bundle 07, bracket A. So. Page 509. 509. .509.
Just go ahead. Yes.
Yes, thank you. Paragraph 26. Mr. Marukane writes, if the board, may I, Chairperson, I beg your pardon. The letter is dated 18 March 2015 on page 505.
Yes.
It's addressed to the chairperson of the board at the time, Mr. Zola Tsotsi. It's also for the attention of the People and Governance Committee of the board, care of the company secretary.
Yes.
Ms. Klein, that would have been the subcommittee of the board you served on. If you note the records, I mean, the record will not capture your agreement. You should verbalize it.
Sorry, Chair, are you asking me a question?
No, I'm saying when you note, it doesn't get recorded.
I'm so sorry.
So
I
you
apologize.
Yeah, that was the subcommittee of the board you served on.
Correct, that is correct, Chair.
Yeah, then we go to that paragraph 5, on page 509, 26. It says, if the board has an absolutely genuine desire to get to the heart of all Eskom's problems, understand how those problems came about, and how they were over time handled and mishandled, and what Eskom needs to do in order to overcome its challenges, I am willing to cooperate with the independent investigation on the basis that I will be allowed to advance and share my genuinely held, open and frank views without fear of retribution or any other adverse consequence to me, my professional integrity, my reputation in the marketplace, and importantly, my career in Eskom and my anticipated and indeed hoped for career path within Eskom. So this again is a man who expressed the wish to come back 7 days after his he was suspended on the 12th of March. So that's 6 days after his suspension. You see that? Did you become aware of this letter at the time?
Chairperson, I can categorically state I did not. Sorry.
Sorry, just repeat the answer.
I can categorically state I did not. The first time I became aware of the letter from Mr. Marukane was when his lawyer, Brian Khan, wrote to us. I'm not sure you'd probably have it here as well. I picked that up when I was going through preparation.
Okay.
I think, this is just a view. I don't know unless you know differently. My view is this letter arrived, did you say the 18th of?
It's dated 18 March.
18 March. Now don't forget, The board had its meeting on the 19th of March with Mr. Tsotsi. And at that meeting, I complained about not getting responses, and Mr. Tsotsi, with credit to him, because, I think he operated almost as an executive director, he was there all the time, told us at that meeting that he had received 200 emails to which he had not responded. That's the first point. The second point is that when Mr. Tsotsi left, I'm not sure what Secretariat did with this, because it really only became, I picked it up when Brian Kahn wrote to us, which was after this. And I don't know if you have that letter, Chair, but there was a letter written to us by Brian Kahn complaining that he's acting for Dan Marokane, who'd written on a particular date and would not had any response from us. So if you ask me, do I know that this came to People and Governance, Chair? I don't know that. I don't know that. Unless you can show me that it was there. I can't.
Of course, I would imagine that because it's quite clear from the contents of the letter that it wasn't written to Mr. Tsotsi in his personal capacity, but in his capacity as chairperson of the board. If he left, then the company secretary, I guess, would have sought to make sure that his successor was aware of the letter so that he or she could deal with it. Okay.
So, Chair, if I may just add, so I would assume that you would maybe put it to the next chair, was he aware of it? Because, like I said, I can only go on the fact that I knew that he had an overload of emails himself, because he spoke about it this morning.
Yeah.
But no, I wasn't. To answer your question, I wasn't aware of that letter.
Yeah, okay.
The minutes of the meeting you refer to, which we also, to a large extent, refer to during Mr. Tsotsi's testimony.
I'm sorry, Mr. Selega.
Yes, sir.
Do we still need this bundle, or it can go?
You still need the very same bundle,
okay.
Chair. Because, may I add as we go there, you see the company secretary is also copied.
Yes.
And specifically on behalf of the PNG, the People and Governance Committee. So you still, that letter didn't come to your attention?
I can't remember seeing it. That's what I'm saying. Remember you asking me if I know about it. I can't remember.
Yes, so that letter is dated the 18th. The next day is the meeting of the board, the minutes of which you found on page 679 of the same file, Chairperson. 679. And this is the meeting, Ms. Klein, you are referring to, where Mr. Tsotsi gets excused, and there's a resolution that he should be subjected to some disciplinary action. In that meeting, or the minutes rather, there is a caption on page 680 under paragraph 8.3. The heading is Suspended Executives. And it reads, sorry, let me give you.
680.
680, yes. Is that this?
Sorry, I'm at 580.
Oh, you're at
just bear with me.
Not at all. Six, 7, 9, 6, 8, 0.
I'm there, Chair.
Yeah, thank you. Paragraph 8.3, Suspended Executives.
Yes.
And it reads, with regard to the letters from suspended executives, including the CE, isn't it referring to these letters? One of which would be this one of Dan Marokane?
It could be. Remember, at that stage, I don't remember seeing letters. Unless it came to a People and Governance where I specifically saw it. I can't remember. I don't remember that. The first letter I remember from Dan Marokane is the one from Brian, his lawyer, Brian Kahn, complaining about the fact that we'd not responded. So
Yeah.
with regard to letters from, I at that stage hadn't seen the letters, Chair.
Because both, well, all three of them, in their affidavit, explicitly say they wrote letters to the board. Now, let's see what the board here says about the letters. With regard to the letters from the executives, including the CE, it was agreed that the position was clear that no charges would be preferred against the suspended executives at this stage. The legal department was authorized to send a letter that had been prepared in this regard. So, what does that mean? That means the legal department had been instructed to prepare the letter in response to the letters of the executives.
No, I don't think so, Chair. I think
Okay.
so. Look, we're talking about the meeting of the 19th, which is the
Yes.
day after the actual discussions happened with him. What that tells me is that they had not yet gotten a letter. Sorry, Chair, I'm looking this way. They had not gotten a letter after the discussion. Remember? We called them in and said to them, give us a reason why you think that your presence here will not hamper the inquiry. They then gave us their reasons. We then reconvened and said, look, sorry, that's in the final decision gets taken to say those reasons did not hold up and we were going to put them on suspensions. They were not given letters at that stage yet. That's my understanding of those letters referred to there.
Well, I
No,
was
are
under the
you-
impression that they were given the letters of suspension at the meeting, or rather on the 11th, because I think Mr. Matona said or says in his affidavit, or somebody says in the affidavit that as the discussions were happening, Mr. Tsotsi had those letters with him.
Yeah.
And I think that may be correct because I think Mr. Linnell may have prepared them the previous day. And I saw in this letter that we just looked at now of Mr. Marukana,
It's on the
where he
18th.
says, you gave me this
Yes.
letter of suspension, and I pointed out that it's factually not true what is written here in the letter. And I think he referred to the part where he says he made various representations, and he says, you agreed that this was not true, and we crossed it out.
Chairperson, you are 100% correct. I'm getting my dates confused. I'm thinking this is still the 11th, so I apologize for that, which is why I'm thinking those are the letters. But then I've got to concur with our
The
evidence
evidence
leader,
leader, yeah.
that can then only refer to letters received, which, like I said, I don't remember getting a copy of. That I don't, but I'm sorry, I kind of took us on a detour because I got the dates wrong. I'm thinking of the 11th. This is the 19th. I apologize for that.
Yes. Thank you, Ms. Klein. Then let me go back to the point which I had asked you about. Why take a step, which is on page 16, paragraph 57. Now we are back to your own bundle,
To my one.
to your own affidavit.
Page
16, paragraph 57. You were explaining why you took the step to find out whether any wrongdoing on the part of Mr. Koko had been established by the investigation of Denton's. And you gave the reasons why you did so. But let's determine the reasonableness of your explanation. Because you would know that Denton's mandate did not involve investigating wrongdoing on the part of the executives. Denton's report, which I read yesterday, explicitly says that. And that's why I wanted to understand. If you say you took this step, on what basis would you do that?
Yeah, that's, Chairperson, like I said earlier, this step that I took was in the month of July, after all the discussions and everybody else had asked to go, well, my understanding was they'd asked to go. I'm hearing now they didn't ask to go, based on different evidence. Mr. Koko, I think I said it in Parliament as well, if you go and read my affidavit. I still say he's a very, very strong engineer. But as people in governance, I got numerous complaints about Mr. Koko with various individuals and, just his leadership style, which may be right or wrong. I mean, I never worked with Mr. Koko. And based on that and the fact that there are 3 people of the 4 who've left, I wanted to be 100% sure that there was nothing in the report. And I concur with the evidence leader. I was here yesterday when I heard that there was going to be no, I don't remember the exact wording, but we were not looking to find any wrongdoing.
Yes.
But do not forget, Chairperson, that as a board member, I was one of the people, or the board was told about something Mr. Koko had done. And I wanted to be very sure that we had absolutely nothing that he had done incorrectly before we brought the one person back. That was my reason for saying, well, hold on, guys. If this is the only person and we're going to bring him back, I want to be sure. So let me make the call to... No, I didn't ask.
You didn't want to
I
have a
didn't just
situation...
unilaterally want to just bring him back.
Hang on one second. You didn't want to have a situation where you allowed him back and then you were criticized that you allowed him back even though the Denton report found something wrong that he had done.
Correct, Chairperson, specifically based on what the Chairperson had told us initially when he tried to motivate for this suspension, his Koko suspension.
Okay.
So that was the reason for making sure with Denton's that there was no wrongdoing. That's number one. That still didn't satisfy me. I wanted to make sure. I then contacted Jerry Kapo and I asked Jerry, give me a view. What does it mean? You bring somebody back who we have now heard has done nothing wrong. Can we as a board, is there a way that we can say, we're not going to take you back? And he said, you've got no legal standing to do that. So that was my reason for doing that.
Yes. Yeah, I'll quickly find that wording for you. It's Eskom Bundle 03, Eskom Bundle 03, Exhibit U14. That will be in your bundle.
U14?
Eskom Bundle 03.
I've got it.
Yeah.
And
Page 649.
almost there.
649.
649. Yeah, got it? Got it, Chairperson?
Yeah. The first thing I want to say, Ms. Klein, or draw your attention to, is what Denton's itself writes on page 652, paragraph 4.7. Denton's writes, the minutes of the meeting of the board on 31 March 2015 authorizing the investigation records as follows. The terms of reference were based on the audit. Members were generally comfortable with the terms of reference in that they adequately addressed all the issues the board wanted to be dealt with. You see that?
I see that. I see that, Chairperson.
You would have seen those terms of reference.
Chairperson, I was not a member of Audit and Risk.
No, my question is, you would have seen the terms of reference.
Not the final terms of reference. It was designed by Audit and Risk.
Okay. Are you saying you didn't see the terms of reference?
There was a terms of reference that was sent out, a draft, which I gave input to. Audit and Risk then presented or fine-tuned it, if you will, together with Denton's. And you can help me, Chairperson, but I'm not sure that it came back to the board for full sign-off. It may have. I just do not recollect it. That's what I'm saying to you. Audit and Risk drove that process.
So Audit and Risk would not have accounted to the board on the terms of reference?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying I'm not aware of it. You're asking me, I would have seen it. I'm saying to you, I'm not sure that I have. That's what I'm saying to the Chairperson.
Yes. And I'm asking whether would Audit and Risk not have accounted to the board on the terms of reference for the appointment of Denton's?
Remember, Audit and Risk was tasked to do certain things, as was P&G. And then we had various meetings in between. I cannot tell you whether they brought this into the board or not. That's what I'm saying. They may have, but I do not remember seeing it.
But you will recall from the audio recordings that the board explicitly said Audit and Risk and P&G must account to us, to the board. We're delegating the powers to them, but they must account to the board.
Okay, if you go according to what was said, then the answer is yes. If you ask me if I saw that, I'm saying to you, I do not remember.
No, that's...
It may very well have come to us. I do not
Yes.
remember, sir.
So, well, you would have seen then the terms of reference that Denton's says, paragraph 4.9. The terms of reference do not require investigation of misconduct of any specific individuals. Accordingly, no recommendations are made in respect of action to be taken to deal with misconduct by any specific individuals. You see that?
I see that, Chairperson.
So when was this request made to Denton's inquiring whether or not there is a finding of wrongdoing against Mr. Koko?
But I think it would have been sometime in June, in the month of June, because I remember at a meeting on the 1st of July, which was chaired by Ms. Mabude, because she was the chairperson of People and Governance. She actually tells the meeting she'd asked me to clarify with Denton's whether or not there was an issue of wrongdoing, which is what I then did, because I was uncomfortable.
Okay, at some stage, we need to go back to finalizing evidence relating to the different meetings. At some stage, Ms. Klein testified about what happened at the meeting before the minister arrived, testified about what was discussed when the minister addressed the board, and testified about the meeting after the minister had left. It may be that she has said everything she's supposed to say. I just want to make sure that we don't leave anything hanging in regard to those matters. I remember that now because I do want to find out whether she did attend the PNG meeting that afternoon that Mr. Tsotsi talked about. But that we can deal with that at some stage. You can continue
Yes.
with the issues you are still
Yes.
exploring.
I'll make, yeah. Chair, there's an immediate answer to your question,
Yes,
which is that Ms. Klein has confirmed that she was in
she
attendance.
attended.
Yes.
Oh, okay, all
Are we
right.
talking about the meeting on the?
The PNG.
On the
Yes,
11th.
no, absolutely, I
Yes.
did attend that.
Okay, all right.
I was there.
Yes.
Okay, I'll ask her some questions later, but you can continue.
Yes. Thank you, Chair. Ms. Klein, that explanation that you, what did you say? You asked Ms. Mabude, and she specifically requested you to go find out whether there isn't a finding of misconduct or wrongdoing against Mr. Koko. It's difficult to understand when the board itself already on the 11th of March said we were not alleging any wrongdoing against the executives, even before you formulate the terms of reference. You have made that conclusion, no allegation of wrongdoing, step aside so that you don't impede the inquiry. So I'm still struggling with the basis for that step you took to try find out whether there's wrongdoing or not against him.
Chairperson,
I think what council is saying to you is you had no basis for thinking that Dentions could have a finding of misconduct against Mr. Koko, because you knew that that was not part of their brief. So how could you have thought that they might have made such a finding, because you knew that they'd been told that it's not part of your brief to make any finding of misconduct against these executives?
Chairperson, I can only answer you the best way I remember it. I was particularly uncomfortable with Mr. Koko based on what the chairperson had told us. And that's not in evidence at the moment. That needs to be found, and you'll find it when you speak to other board members.
Okay.
So you asked me, did I see the terms of reference? And I'm saying to you, I don't remember seeing that. So sitting here yesterday, I heard that. I said it in Parliament as well. I was uncomfortable with Mr. Koko for reasons of my own, based on being chairperson of PNG and just great technical person, but, you know, people were uncomfortable with leadership issues. So me phoning Denton's was a way for the board to say to me, go and satisfy yourself if you're uncomfortable. That's why I made the call. And beyond that, that's why I even phoned Jerry. What the board may or may not have thought, I'm answering for why I was uncomfortable.
You see that paragraph 4.7 talks about the minutes of the meeting of the board, not the Audit and Risk Committee.
What do the minutes say? Or what's the point about the minutes?
4.7, that means is the meeting of the board where the terms of reference are discussed. And the members say they're generally comfortable with the terms of reference in that they adequately addressed all the issues the board wanted to be dealt with.
You accept, I take it, that you were aware that the board had said it was not part of the brief of Denton's to investigate any wrongdoing on the part of the executive. That one you accept, that you were aware of that.
I accept that that's what it says. I just said I don't remember it, but I've got to accept that I was at the meeting.
Okay, all right. But in terms of your own understanding, as the investigations by Denton's was carrying on, was your understanding that their investigations would include looking into any wrongdoing on the part of the executives?
Chairperson, I think what shapes my thinking, if I were to put it to you this way now, in terms of Denton's, I had very little to do with Denton's themselves. But I remember the chairperson of the board. Now, look, obviously this is now not in my statement. I'm responding to the question.
Mm-hmm.
If there was no wrongdoing on the part of the executives, I remember a call from Dr. Ben Ngubane telling me that Suzanne Daniels was in an absolute state because one of the investigators had had really roughed her up so badly. Now, don't forget, Suzanne Daniels worked for Koko. Suzanne Daniels worked for Koko. So if they roughed her up so badly, based on what? And I think that was all the things that was going through my mind at the time when I was uncomfortable. And even at that stage, I did meet with Suzanne to say what had happened, because she was, as P&G, it was my job to make sure people were okay. And she told me what had happened. I then phoned Denton's and I said, what is this? You know, how come you people are roughing people up like this? And he said it was a junior investigator, and the junior investigator was probably just like overplay. I think all of those things were in the back of my mind, which created the level of discomfort that I had. So it doesn't negate the fact that you were not investigating any wrongdoing. But here is the assistant of one of the people who I had heard from the chairperson had done certain things. So I wanted to be very sure before agreeing to bring Mr. Koko back that there was no wrongdoing on his part. So,
unless, Mr. Selega, unless there is a point that I haven't appreciated, I don't know whether you still want to pursue that point, that line.
Yes.
Unless there's something else, I think we may have spent enough time on it.
Yes, Chair, I can finalize it because I have only now been able to receive the minutes of the board meeting, which are referred to there in paragraph 4.7 as the board sitting on the 31st of March 2015.
You see, what I'm looking for is she decided she was going to ask Denton's whether they had found any wrongdoing on the part of Mr. Koko. She might not have had to do that since Denton's wasn't mandated to investigate any wrongdoing. So unless the idea is that her going there or to Denton's to ask was connected with something else, it would seem to me that there's not much much more one can make of it.
Let's test.
But of course, there might be something that you are looking at which I might not be aware of. And if you want to round it off, having covered that, that's
Indeed.
fine.
Indeed, Chairperson. May I, Chairperson, with your permission, hand up a copy of those minutes of 31 March 2015, minutes of the Eskom Holdings SOE Ltd board meeting. We will mark it accordingly for Mrs. Klein's bundle. So perhaps it will come at the very end of this.
Where do you want us to look at?
Chairperson, the first page reflects members who were present in the board meeting. Dr. Ngubane, the acting chairman at the time, Mr. Norman Beloy, Ms. Karim, Mr. Koza, Ms. VJ Klein. That will be you, Ms. Klein.
Yes, that's correct, Chair.
Mr. K. Kumalo, Ms. C. Mabude, Dr. P. Naidu, Ms. V. Naidu, and Mr. Pomensky. Chairperson, the specific issue here is on page 7 of the document, paragraph 7.4. Terms of reference for the board inquiry.
What page?
The bottom, page 7.
Okay.
Paragraph 7.4. Terms of reference for the board inquiry. Says the draft terms of reference for the board inquiry into the affairs of Eskom were tabled for approval, details of which had been distributed to members. It was noted that interviews were still being conducted to identify the service provider to conduct the inquiry. You turn the page, it says the terms of reference were based on the audit. Now, you will recognize that paragraph, that's the one quoted in the Denton's report. The terms of reference were based on the audit. It was requested that the term unfettered be removed from the draft. Members were generally comfortable with the terms of reference in that they adequately addressed all the issues the board wanted to be dealt with. It was noted that the inquiry could take up to 12 months. You see familiar from Denton's report, Ms. Klein?
Yes, I see, Chairperson.
Then it gets resolved at the bottom, just after the next paragraph. Resolved that the draft terms of reference for the board inquiry into the affairs of Eskom are approved, subject to the implementation of the change requested by the board.
I see that, Chairperson.
Yeah. But the point...
Sorry, I'm sorry, I've lost you.
Oh, you've lost me, Chair.
The resolved part is where?
If you go back to the first paragraph, Chairperson, on page 8.
On page?
On page 8.
8.
If you go to the top paragraph, skip the second paragraph.
Yes.
Then you see the words resolved that.
Yes.
Then point number 1.
Yes. Okay, I see that, yeah.
Thank you. So the, Ms. Klein, what this raises in one's mind, looking at, as the chairperson was painting, that the allegation scenario of Mr. Koko meeting at Melrose Arch, knowing that there will be suspensions, and subsequently he being the only one coming back, and the basis on which you are personally involved in his coming back, in that the reason was, well, let me go find out whether there's any wrongdoing found against him, when in fact you would have known, being in this board meeting, which finally, having looked at the draft terms of reference, resolved that they be finalized, that there's no wrongdoing on his part. It doesn't seem to be a cogent reason for having secured his return. It seems something more lurked behind the decision.
Chairperson, I cannot talk to what lurked behind the decision. I was asked a question. If you were to check with any board member, I was the one person who was concerned from the day that the chairperson told us about certain allegations against Mr. Koko. I was concerned about that. I was concerned about his return, which is why I did what I did. I think what we are not addressing right now, which probably has got nothing to do with the terms of reference, is if you were to listen to the tape of the 11th of March, we said we would have a concurrent process running for those who's going to be charged. He had never been charged, but there were some serious allegations made. I wanted to make very sure myself that Mr. Koko, according to the findings of, and as the evidence leaders pointed out correctly, would not have been picked up, but to make very sure there was nothing that they saw there that could possibly have alerted us to something that may have lined up with what the chairman had said. Because the chairman had made some serious allegations.
Yeah.
So, you know, when you talk about a cogent reason and it not being cogent, I cannot talk to that. I cannot talk to the meeting at Melrose Arch. I wasn't there. And I certainly did not have any sinister reason for doing what I did. Yeah, I did what I did in order to protect what I thought was the board, to make sure that we weren't bringing somebody back that ought not to have come.
Yes. Mr. Suleka, you estimated 30 minutes.
I'm finished with
We've
that.
done an hour. So let's try and see if we can finish
Thank you,
the
Chair.
suspensions.
May I move on to the next point, Chair? There is something, Chair, which might remain, because Ms. Klein refers to the chairperson having made allegations of wrongdoing against the certain executives. But Ms. Klein, you would know from that meeting that Mr. Tsotsi, well, you need to give us your recordings, because somebody there says the FD, and it's not Mr. Tsotsi, the FD was the one involved in meeting with the bidders, and Mr. Tsotsi is asking, was that reported in surprise? That is a question also asked by Mr. Baloy. Where are the facts? But we can deal with that. Do you recall that?
I do recall that, Chair. Can I comment, if I may?
You may.
Yeah.
Chair, this is the same meeting. I'm saying to you that recording is not complete.
Yeah.
Remember, I'm saying to you where that recording starts. And in fact, let me put it this way. I think before I leave, can I hear where that starts so that we can be sure that the version I've got is exactly the same version you've got? Is it possible?
Yeah, they will
Okay,
look for
so
it.
that, because just to take
Yeah.
that off the table,
Yes,
all right?
yes. For
Well,
President,
let me go to my question about the PNG meeting. You would have heard Mr. Tsotsi say yesterday that after lunch, he went to join the PNG meeting and was like 10 minutes late. But when he arrived, he found that the people attending the meeting were already discussing names of people who would act in the positions of the executives who were going to be suspended. Now, do you have any recollection of how those names or where those names came from?
Chairperson, I must tell you, I was very surprised when I heard that yesterday. I don't remember the PNG starting without Mr. Tsotsi. So once again, I'm talking based on my memory of 5
Yeah.
years ago,
Yes.
as well as listening to a recording, which I say is incomplete. I don't recall anybody talking about names. My recollection of the names that were eventually considered for suspension came from Mr. Tsotsi himself. So I'm a little concerned that we are not saying the same thing. I agree with that, but I guess that's what this is about.
Yes, yes.
To
no,
hear,
no.
I do
Yes.
not recall the meeting starting without Mr. Tsotsi, because my understanding was that Mr. Tsotsi was going to chair the PNG. So why would the meeting start without him?
Well, that's interesting. I was looking at Dr. Ngubane's affidavit. I seem to think he also says the names came from Mr. Tsotsi. I may be mistaken, but I seem to think he says something along those lines, that where is the file that has got Mr. Dr. Ngubane's affidavit? So you were at that PNG meeting from when it started. You were there.
Sorry, Chair?
The PNG meeting.
Yes.
When it started, you were there.
I can only imagine that I was. I'm typically never late for meetings, so
Yeah.
I can't imagine I would have been late.
Okay, all right. And you say your recollection is that the names came from Mr. Tsotsi.
Absolutely, Chair.
As far as you know, did he come up with those names at the PNG meeting, or had he already mentioned the names in any one of the previous meetings that day?
I think that's the piece that's missing.
Oh, that's
which
missing.
Is, I'm not sure if it was at the end of the board meeting. I
Yes.
seem to imagine that there was a PNG and other members were asked to join as well.
Yeah,
I think
he
even,
said so.
even he said so yesterday.
Yeah, he said so, yeah.
Yeah. So,
But
because
your memory in terms of who came with the names, is it quite clear
that I'm 100% clear on.
that it was Mr. Tsotsi?
Absolutely.
And do you have a recollection as to whether the PNG meeting started without Mr. Tsotsi being there and he joined later, or whether when it started he was there? Do you have any recollection of that?
No, that's the part I cannot remember.
cannot remember.
I can only say to you, I find it strange that we would have started a PNG of such a critical nature without him. That's
Yes.
all I can say. But
Yes. Okay.
there may be evidence that it was true. I don't know.
Yes, of course, he wasn't going to chair the PNG meeting, isn't it?
No, that, you see, that's my dilemma. He was always going to chair PNG.
Oh, and as far as you recall, did he chair it?
He chaired the PNG.
Oh, okay. I thought I had seen minutes that put him as one of the people attending or members, but not as chairperson.
Yeah, Chair, what we see is that the board deliberates on who's going to chair because Mr. Zitembe Koza,
Was the chairperson.
who's the chairperson, has been earmarked to act in the CEO's position. So he's conflicted. He can also hand the letter of suspension. So there's the PNG meeting, then there's the suspension meetings. It seems Mr. Koko chaired the latter, but not the former, and you can check Mrs. Klein. So although there is some deliberation and the board does say, we authorize you, Mr. Chair, we place you in that position
Yes.
to chair the PNG, but he says no. Ultimately, I think he chairs the suspensions as opposed to the PNG meeting.
Yeah, okay,
Yeah.
all right.
Yeah.
But Chair, I think that's a very important point
Is
that the evidence leader is raising, because I think in the recordings, that part of the board meeting where this is originally discussed seems for me what is the missing part. With that part between the board meeting, because remember the way we've got it is that there was a board meeting, the minister arrives, we break, and we go into PNG. There was a meeting before the PNG.
No, we do have that.
Do you have that?
Yeah, no, that audio
Okay.
is that,
All right.
and it flows into the PNG. What we do not have is the suspension meetings, which is what Mr. Tsotsi chaired.
Correct.
Well, you say chaired, but he's really the one made responsible to speak to the executives and hand over the letters of suspension. But
Okay.
it needs to be clarified, of
Yeah.
course,
Yeah,
in regard to the PNG.
But Chair, I want to add on to what the evidence leaders just said.
yeah.
Remember at this stage, according to my knowledge, I don't know about anybody else's, talk about my knowledge. We are suspending, I don't know when your point about, but Zitembe Kosa was going to act. That
Yes.
discussion only happened afterwards, so
Yeah.
you've got to show me in the minutes, because maybe
Yeah,
I don't have it.
The minutes are in your bundle.
Okay.
Page 1460.
Is it,
1460.
is that the first bundle now?
That's Eskom bundle 05.
No, I'm sure you can read what
The
doesn't
chairperson there is Mr. Z. Koza.
Mr.?
Mr. Z. Koza.
Oh, okay.
That's the chairperson.
Okay.
Ms.
Yes.
Karim is there, Mabuda, Dr. Naidu, Ms. Naidu, Mr. Baloyi, Mr. Tsotsi, and then Ms. Klein.
Yes.
Yeah,
But as
okay.
members.
Okay,
Page
Okay.
1460,
1460.
number 5.
Okay.
Eskom bundle 5.
Yeah, I've got.
You got that?
1460, 60.
Yeah.
Okay.
1460, yes.
So is this, sorry, Chairperson, is this the
That's-
suspension ones now?
This is the minutes of the People and Governance Committee on 11 March 2015 at
Yes.
14:58. Now, we do not have minutes, and I don't think there are minutes, where the executives are called in one by one, and there's discussion with them to be handed letters of suspension. So this would be before
Yeah,
That-
that suspension meeting.
that.
so if the names came from Mr. Tsotsi, that is the names of the people who are going to act in the positions of these four executives, if that part of your evidence is true, then it would also mean that Mr. Tsotsi's evidence that he found or that he asked those present how they could be discussing those names because they didn't know the people. That would be problematic too, because he would have brought the names and he would have been the one who asked that everybody discuss those names. Is that right?
I would imagine so, Chair. Yes,
Yeah.
because remember, for me, the board, myself, I wasn't
Yeah.
you. I didn't know any of the people. So,
Yeah.
I mean, I wouldn't have possibly have been able to come up with a list of names.
Yeah.
Having said that, though, I mean, there were other people who had been there before.
Yeah.
So I'm not saying that Mr. Tsotsi didn't find people talking about it, but I didn't hear that. And
Okay.
but remember, we're talking about the replacements, the people who are going to take
Yeah.
over. Okay?
Yeah.
Chairperson, may I point out to the chairperson that Mr. Baloyi has also recently provided an affidavit to the commission Mr. Norman Baloyi, which should in due course form a part of a bundle. In his affidavit, dated 7 September 2020, paragraph 3.14, Ms. Klein, I will provide you with a copy. He says, during the meeting, talking of the meeting of the 11th, Dr. Ngubane was on calls on several occasions with officials from the office of the presidency, wherein he confirmed the names of the officials who would act in the positions of the respective suspended executives. Dr. Ngubane was referred to as the ambassador. I believe the board and P&G committee meetings were recorded, and they can evidence these.
Yeah, you see, Dr. Ngubane says in his affidavit, these names came from, he says it was Mr. Tsotsi who provided these names. And he says Mr. Tsotsi said he got these names, I think either from the minister or from the presidency. And Dr. Ngubane then says he had to phone the minister or the presidency, I can't remember, in order to verify that Mr. Tsotsi had obtained these names from either the minister or the presidency. That's what Dr. Ngubane says. So, excuse me, it would therefore seem that Ms. Klein and Dr. Ngubane may be talking the same thing when they say Mr. Tsotsi provided the names to the members of the board or the committee.
Actually, I can only just add from my perspective, not, having benefit of that. But I don't believe any of the new board members were in a position to make a decision as to who would deputize. I mean, we only had, like you've said, we were only there 3 months, trying to hold all the balls in the air. I mean, how would we have known who could have done this job? I said, well, let me just talk for myself. I did not know anybody well enough to be able to make a call as to who would deputize and who wouldn't. And if I remember, though, I've got to agree with something that the evidence leader just said about Norman Baloyi. I remember Dr. Ngubane, going in and out of meetings about that. So it must have been to go and phone various people, phone the minister. So, I mean, I can't vet for who he did phone. But driving home last night, I was actually thinking about it. you know what struck me as strange, Chairperson, is why would the chairperson have allowed Dr. Ngubane to go make those calls? I just, driving home, I thought to myself, I mean, why would the chairperson not be making those calls?
Well, the one explanation would be, and I think, if I'm not mistaken, this seems to come out of Dr. Ngubane's affidavit, that there was mistrust between Mr. Tsotsi and the board, or a substantial number of board members or some board members, so that if Mr. Tsotsi, on Dr. Ngubane's version, said, the minister gave me these names as the people who must act in these positions, if they didn't trust what he was saying, then one could understand if somebody like Dr. Ngubane decided he wanted to verify that. But in a situation where there was trust, there would not be a need for that. You understand what I mean?
I hear you, Chairperson.
But I seem to understand Dr. Ngubane in his affidavit to say, because of how Mr. Tsotsi handled some of the matters on the 11th, some board members or the board members began not to trust him. So that's how that's what I think, according to Dr. Ngubane, happened.
Should I read the paragraph to you, Chairperson?
Not really. No, yeah. We are at 6:09.
Yes.
I think we'll have to stop at 6.
We have to stop at 6.
Yeah.
Ms. Klein,
Yes.
Ms. Tsotsi then gets subjected to some disciplinary action by the board. Why did the board do that?
Let me respond. Remember, I was here yesterday, so I heard a lot of what the chairperson had said, and so I also went away last night and had to think about this very, very deeply.
It's page 18,
Is that of
paragraph
mine?
67, yes. Might help you expedite your answer to the chairperson.
Thank you, Chair. Okay.
Page
Sorry,
18.
Page 18?
Yes, paragraph 67.
67.
67, yeah.
Got it. Okay, shall I just quickly go through it?
You can read it out.
Okay. The board unanimously agreed that at the board in committee on the 19th, March 2015, that it had lost confidence in the chairman, Mr. Tsotsi, and would recommend his removal as a director, due to, number one, his failure to seek or obtain board approval for the appointment of the consultant, Nick Linnell, his actions in terms of the suspensions, and then 3, preparing and distributing a media release without board approval. So let's start with the first one. I was here yesterday. I had the benefit of listening to the, sorry, Chairperson.
Yes.
Sorry.
No, carry on.
Okay. Chairperson, I had the benefit of listening to what was presented yesterday by Mr. Tsotsi, listening to the recordings as well. But the board was, even though we listened to Mr. Linnell was introduced as the person who was going to help us. Mr. Tsotsi, in fact, started out by saying, I'm sorry, I should have told you, board, before. He actually starts out his testimony, or if you listen to the recording, like that. So we listened to Mr. Linnell, and with due respect, Mr. Linnell had a lot of knowledge. So, he did bring a lot of knowledge to the table, especially given that we were then told that he drafted that overarching memorandum and that he apparently helped with putting the resolutions together. What I think became very uncomfortable to the board, and once again, I think I could live with all of that. But when that media release went out, the one that we had helped to give input into, which I think you played a part of yesterday, there were some blatant inaccuracies in that thing. Number one, it stated that Mr. Linnell was going to oversee this whole investigation. That was not our understanding. He was going to support, but he was never going to manage this process. Talking for myself now, and maybe you've got minutes to show differently. This was my understanding. Number two, it spoke about the fact that the board had agreed to appoint an acting judge or a retired judge. And there was a third point, I can't remember what it was now. But those were not things that were discussed anywhere on that tape or with us, with Mr. Linnell. Not with Mr. Linnell, with Mr. Tsotsi. That is why the board then in that week was up and down to say, but Chairperson, how could you put out a media release like this? This is, number one, inaccurate. And number two, this is not, you were supposed to get sign-off from the board. The Chairperson then in a later meeting apologized, I think it was the 19th, for the oversight. But I think for me, that was one of the biggest problems. First of all, you bring somebody, you've already engaged. We haven't had a chance to. Then we get told the man has done a lot of work. You tell us you're going to give us the deck. You don't give it to us. You tell us these executives have done all these wrong things. Then we all come to a point where we all now have to agree that we can't hold those charges against the people, and we all now need to go with almost the middle of the road, that they're going to impede the investigation. I think for me, Chairperson, those were my reasons for accepting that we had lost confidence. There was another reason given. There was another reason. And that's why the giving of the names becomes it's not very clear for me who gave what names. Because I know that the Chairperson himself had a list which included a gentleman by the name of Malisela Sekasumbi, who he wanted to have to run, I think it was Generation, I may get it wrong, without telling the board that Malisela Sekasumbi was on suspension. So when you put all that together, when I looked at this, the Chairperson was being very economical with the information, and the board were expected to make huge decisions, for which we were trashed in the papers. So, Chairperson, that was my view.
Yes, now I'm going to finish, Ms. Klein, because the minutes of that meeting of the 19th actually say that he didn't circulate the media release, that it was leaked. It says it was leaked without the board's prior approval. The minutes of the 19th.
Chairperson, I think you may want to clarify that, and I know this is inquisitorial. The person in the office of the Chairperson at that stage was a gentleman by the name of Leo Dlamini. And Chairperson, I would suggest that you maybe ask that particular question of Mr. Dlamini, because that was not my understanding. That was, the Chairperson had sent it on to Leo. My understanding was for onward sending, not to be put out to the board. So I think, inquisitorial as this is, I know we're giving the Commission more work, but you may need to just get that on affidavit.
Yes, that's fine. You mean somebody to confirm the correctness of the minutes?
No. The correctness of the fact that it was leaked.
Oh, that.
Yeah. Remember, I can't talk to that. This was something that the Chairperson said.
So those are your only reasons why you support it?
Remember, I've given you Sekasumbi.
Yes.
Okay. I've given you the fact that I felt that the way the Chairperson had handled the suspensions,
yes,
by giving us, let me tell you how I felt the day after. I've given you, Chairperson, you've asked me what were my views. My views as somebody from private sector who's run big businesses was specifically this. But on looking at it in hindsight, I asked myself questions like, did we get the right information to make decisions such as these? And I almost felt pressured. I felt maybe we didn't get the right information. Then you've got something that goes out something that wasn't discussed with the board, and then it's leaked. I just felt there was that, together with my own experience on the earlier matter I mentioned, TNA, where I was very specific, got no answer, and somebody was going to talk to me as if they were going to change my mind. I wasn't going to change my mind on something I felt strongly about.
Well, Mr. Seleka, it may be that you or your junior could make a note of what Ms. Klein has said about that resolution relating to TNA, and you pass that information to Advocate Kate Hoffman-Meyer, because she dealt with TNA matters. What she says might be something that she might be interested in. Yeah.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Yes. Sorry, the note actually appears in the charges itself.
So just remind me.
The charges
yes.
the charges leveled against Mr.
Yes,
Tsotsi.
yes.
The third one is the director authorized the commission of a media statement in relation to an inquiry into the affairs of the company with the assistance of the consultant without the knowledge and or consent of the board. That's the first part of it. But we know that can't be correct, because the board knew and the board consented. Then there's the second part to it. The media statement consequently fell into the public domain. The media statement contained numerous inaccuracies and information which may lead to the company facing potential legal action from third parties named therein. I don't know, that media statement, is it the one which was drafted with the board?
No. Sorry, through you, Chairperson. I think that was the point, that the media statement that was drafted with the board, which is what we heard on the recording yesterday, was significantly different to that which, as the evidence leaders indicated, eventually landed, whether leaked or otherwise, I don't know.
But Mr. Linnell, who is the drafter who assisted, says that's the media statement that he sent to the company secretary, that it should be released. He understands that it was never released.
Chairperson, I cannot talk to that. I don't know about what he sent to the company secretary. I don't believe I was copied on it. All I know is whatever appeared in the media was not what the board had agreed. And that was, I think, almost the straw that broke the camel's back.
Chair, that will complete the questions I have in regard to Ms. Klein on the suspensions. Ms. Klein, do you hold strong views about the first two charges that were brought against Mr. Tsotsi, involving Mr. Linnell?
I actually do. Chairperson, I actually do. I think let
me ask a follow-up question. How do you do that when the board itself made the resolution to appoint him as a coordinator?
Chairperson, you're asking my view now, right?
No, the board.
No. Okay, the board.
Yeah.
Okay.
You as a member of the board.
I disagree that he was appointed. I know that that is how the evidence was laid, and I know that is what was on the recording. The board would not have brought charges less than a week later if they had agreed. I think the board agreed. I certainly accepted Mr. Linnell's presence there because supposedly of what he knew and what he brought to the table.
But why did you make use of him if you thought that he was brought in irregularly? You should have wanted to have nothing to do with him. You should have, from the beginning, said to Mr. Tsotsi, you can't do this. Can't taint the board's process by bringing somebody irregularly here. Why, have you gone through the processes? If you haven't, why are you bringing somebody to the board in breach of the processes of the company? We won't taint our processes with somebody you bring in like this here. That's what you should have done if you had a problem, isn't it?
I agree with you completely, Chairperson.
And you didn't do that.
And I didn't do it, and I will take whatever decision you make on it.
Yes.
I will tell you as my personal view,
Yes.
not a board view.
Yes.
I felt bullied, but that's my view.
Yes. No, that's important. You see, what I'm putting to you is just to show you another angle
I understand.
to it, but it's to give you an opportunity to look at it from another angle and see whether you would still hold the same view in the light of
Yes.
this.
Yes.
Okay.
And Chairperson, I'm not going to trivialize what you're saying. I should have stood up in the board meeting and said, no, I won't accept this.
Yes, yes.
I'm saying to you today, and I'm not sure what other board members are going to say, but a lot of the things that we experienced right up front was an inordinate amount of bullying by Mr. Tsotsi. Bullying.
Is that so?
Absolutely. If you listen to the recordings, you can pick that up. It wasn't a case of, let's discuss this. It's like this because I'm telling you.
But how does one person bully how many members of the board?
I think it was 12.
How does one person bully 12 members of the board that he, or is it 10 because he and Miss Mbute came from the
Yes.
previous board?
Yes.
Bully 10 members of the board that he hasn't worked with for a long time.
Chairperson, I cannot answer for others. I'm telling you what
But you say you felt bullied.
I felt bullied because issues that were raised were literally just shut down. And you can listen to some of the recordings.
Yes.
Remember, this was not meeting number one, as my counsel will share.
Yeah.
And maybe it would be a good idea to listen to some of the approaches.
Yes.
I mean, it took a lot out of me to stand up on the morning of the 19th and say, because literally the meeting started with the chairperson telling us, I have a particular problem that you are speaking to Exco members. And I had to literally sheepishly put up my hand and say, Chairperson, excuse me, I have sent you significant information and I'm not getting a response. So you asked me, I think the question from the evidence leader was, how strongly did I feel about it? I'd say very strongly. Your question is, why didn't I oppose it? I felt bullied into a lot of what was happening there. Okay, but like I said, that's my view. I can't talk for the other board members.
Okay, I think we'll stop for today here. Obviously, Mr. Slega, you haven't exhausted your questions on suspensions, isn't it? Or have you?
Yeah, well,
No,
maybe one or two, Chair, but
No, what I was thinking is that maybe what we should do is arrange for Ms. Klein to come back
yes.
for purposes of allowing you to finish at least the suspension part of your questioning. And then, of course, she would still come back later for the secondment. But it may well be that we might say, look, when she comes back, you deal with the suspension part and the secondment part.
Correct.
It might just depend what is convenient.
The latter.
Yes.
I think the latter, Chair,
The latter
is more convenient.
Yes.
I support that.
Yes, yeah. And if we do it that way, it might take some time before she comes back, depending on how soon you are ready to
Yes.
deal with the secondment.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So, are you able to say whether we should arrange for some time next week or not yet?
I think not yet, Chair. Let me
Yeah.
come back to the chairperson
Yeah,
next week, Tuesday,
yeah,
and we could then determine
yeah,
future dates with my learned friend,
yeah.
subject to the chairperson's
Yes, okay, all
decision
right.
on it.
So we'll adjourn. You are not done giving evidence. The plan is that you will come back. The date when you will come back will be determined in due course.
Thank you.
And there will be communication between Mr. Selega and your council. So you will come back.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair.
All right. Thank you very much.
Yes, tomorrow, Chairperson, we will then commence with Dr. Ngubane's testimony.
Yes. Okay, we'll start at 10
That's
tomorrow.
perfectly in order. Chair.
Yeah. Okay, all right. We'll then adjourn for the day. We adjourn.
Thank you, Chair.